What is going on, everybody? We are back, baby. You see it. That's right. It's Saturday. It's Know the Ledge. We in the building. The Knicks have won. Finally broke, snapped that losing streak. Are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Because I know I'm ready. I'm excited to chop it up with you guys. It's going to be another great Saturday. Hope you guys are doing well. It is a nice day out there. We're going to talk about how beautiful it is in a little bit. But I hope you guys are feeling the vibes. The vibes are starting to getting back to what we used to. Hopefully. I will talk about it. There is a negative. I know you guys are like, what? He came in with this positivity and all wah. I know. It's going to be all right, guys. I'm sorry. It's going to, you know what? That's me. But it's a lot of positive stuff to talk about. I'm excited. But I do want to touch on one thing that I think we all should just keep in mind as Knicks fans watching this whole process going forward. Let's just be aware of what we're seeing. I feel good about it, though. But we're going to talk about it. But listen, I'm happy. I'm excited. Just want to throw that out there. All right. We'll get right back into it right after this. Yeah, baby. Woo! Mark Jackson shimmy, baby. Mark Jackson shimmy. All right, we're good. Anyway, once again, guys, I hope you guys are having a great Saturday. It's a beautiful thing to wake up and be alive. Let's all be joyful of it. There's a lot of stuff going on these days as we get older, or should I say as I get older. We are losing more and more people, man. So hopefully everybody just continues to try to take care of themselves, take care of your family as best you can, and enjoy every day you have on this earth. We lost another one yesterday, y'all. We lost, I think a lot of people. Let me hold on. Let me see, because I be saying stuff and people be like, oh, I don't know if I remember. I'm like, there's a lot of different age ranges I'm around, different people, you know what I mean? So let me see here. Let me see what can I say that he is known for? I mean, everybody knows Final Destination, right? Everybody knows the Candyman series. I mean, I would think everybody knows the Candyman series. Let me see. What else is he known for? Oh, he was in The Rock. Wow, I haven't seen The Rock in years. He was. That's right. He was in The Crow. Yeah, he played one of the bad guys. He played the consigliere to the bad guy in The Crow. Yeah. Okay. So unfortunately, guys, we lost another one of our, people we've seen in movies that grew up on. Tony Todd. You guys remember him? He was the Candyman. You guys know that you're not supposed to say Candyman 3 times while looking in the mirror. But I'm just saying, I digressed. I wouldn't do it. But yeah, it's a shame, man. 1954 to 2024. Wow. He was on Earth for a good amount of time, man, but not as much as he should have been. So, it's a shame, unfortunately. Rest in peace to Tony Todd and his family. and the loved ones that care about him. So, now that being said, you guys know I got to give you all the Saturday weather, and it is currently 48 degrees in the New York area, going up to a high of 60 and sunny. And if I look at the forecast for the next 10 days, no 70s in sight. So maybe this is really fall weather. Okay. it was bound to happen. So yeah, it is what it is. Ooh, man, Tuesday, a low of 39. I don't like them numbers, but it's okay. It's expected. But yeah, man, hopefully everybody is doing okay. I got my morning cup of Joe or Joanne, so the congestion is on its way. Pew. Let me say what's up to everybody. Thank you guys for tuning in. As always, appreciate y'all. Happy Saturday once again. Shout out to my guy, Walter Blackman, in the building. He says, good morning, Ron. I like how Brunson played yesterday, getting others involved first and the ball movement. Agreed. Crimes Dad is in the building. Let's go, Knicks. I need an SKF mug. Oh, hey, Ron. What's up, man? Good to see you. Hey, man, listen. I don't know when the next giveaway is going to happen, and who knows who might get a mug the next time around. But in the meantime, you are welcome to go to the SKF Still Knick Fans merch store on YouTube, and cop yourself a nice mug. I think they're pretty cool. I like them. Shout out to Andios NYK in the building. Salute. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. And please, as I always say, guys, go support Andios NYK on Instagram. Very entertaining and inspirational. A combination of both. He says, hit that like, subscribe to the channel, and enjoy the show. Let's see. We got David Smith in the build. And also, by the way, shout out to Crimes Dad for being a member of the SKF Army. Salute to you, Crimes Dad. Also, shout out to David Smith for being a member of the SKF Army. Thank you for being here. David Smith says, salute to Ron in the chat. Dominant win last night. See when Brunson gets Cat, Bridges, and OG and Nobi the ball, great things happen. Keep that up, Brunson. Interesting point. Interesting point. We're going to have to talk about that. That is an interesting point. David Smith says no one in this league can defend Karl-Anthony Towns. He just needs to limit the fouls, and he is plain unstoppable. I mean, it's early, but you might have a point. He also says Karl-Anthony Towns on season so far averaging 24 points per game, 13 rebounds, 2.6 assists, 53% field goal shooting, 56% three-point shooting, 90% free throw percentage, best shooting big man in NBA history. I mean, maybe. We'll see. I mean, it depends on how you define a big man. If you want to say the best three-point shooting center, maybe. But I don't know. The big man thing kind of stretches because, Larry Bird was considered a big man. And Dirk Nowitzki was considered. Well, let's not forget Dirk Nowitzki was a center. I don't know. Maybe. We'll see. He might go down as the best shooting big man. He's definitely right there. You might be right. We'll see. JJ's in the building. What up, JJ? Salute, Ron. Incredible ball movement last night. Brunson played a great floor game. I hope he learned from this game. And if we play team ball, we will be tough to beat. He doesn't have to play hero. I like it. Let me see. And just bear with me, guys. Let me just make sure. Okay. think so. I think okay. All right, we're good. Congestion fights me, and I just keep fighting back. It's okay. I won't stop. I can't not have my coffee, yo. Gotta have my coffee. All right. Let's see where we at. Here we go. Oh wait, hold on. JJ said something else. Towns is so gifted offensively. There's nothing he can't do with the ball. So impressive. That's a fact. Hmm. And also, guys, don't mind me as I continue to use this new mic of mine. I am constantly playing around with the sound. So if you hear something change, it's because I'm trying to figure out what sounds best, and I won't be able to hear it until I watch the show back. So I apologize for that, but in the end, it'll work out. I just got to figure out what sounds best for me. So I'm just using a preset that I made right now, and I'm going to switch to another preset right now, and then see how that sounds for a little bit. So bear with me. Okay, so um, let me see here. Hmm, I already like how this sounds a little better, but that's me. All right, Deron Wayne is in the building. Salute, Deron. Appreciate you. Thank you for being a part of the SKF Army. He said good morning and blessings to all. Appreciate you, my brother. David Smith also says he's impressed. Kolek, his 3-point shot looks good. So this is passing and the scoring move to the basket he made was quite impressive. Very polished. Just needs to work on the defense. Agreed. Agreed. Um, yeah. Kevin Bergen is in the building. What up, Kevin? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Salute to the chat. He says. Mm, hey, Wonder Woman is in the building. Go. What up, Wonder Woman? Says hello, Ron. And to the chat, looking forward to another wonderful show. Thank you, Wonder Woman. Always a pleasure to have you here. Oh man, I don't even do this for L because L's like family. But guess what? L's in the building. Let's go. What up, L? Salute to the chat, the panel, and our Saturday SKF host Ron. It's a beautiful day to still be a Knicks fan. Pew pew. Let's go. Appreciate you, L. Um, yeah. So, you guys, like I got 45,000 things in my head right now. I'm already listening to my sound from earlier. I'm listening to my sound now. I like the bass in the second one. I like the crispness of the first one. So I need to find a happy medium between the two bars. Um, Shout out to my guy Mega NYK in the building. Salute, Mega. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, my brother. It's always good to see you. Salute and good morning to my guy SKF Ron and the chat. Let me see here. Danny Landis is in the building. What up, Danny? Hope you're doing well, bro. Good to see you. Says good afternoon, Big Ron. Salute, bro. Appreciate you. 713 Gamer is in the building. What's going on, my brother? Flickerty. Salute, my bro. Thank you for being a part of the SKF Army as well, and always continuing to support the show, bro. Thank you. Jay, the chosen one, is here. Appreciate you, Jay. Thank you for being here. Hope you're doing well, my brother. He said, LOL, you can't help but play the new toys you got. I expect a lot of noises today. Hey, you know what I mean? Jay Money's in the building. What up, Jay Money 318? Says salute. Salute to you, bro. Mhm. Thank you, Deron. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Yeah, you did make the cut, Jay. Appreciate you, bro. Double D is in the building. What up, Double D? Appreciate you. Said amen. What's up, brother? Keyshawn is in the building. Salute, Ron. Salute, Keyshawn. Appreciate you. Ah, yeah. Nah, yeah. I was just talking about that. Yeah. Thanks, Danny. I know. All our people that we grew up on, you know what I mean? Keyshawn says cat is soft with the laughing emoji and the clown. Yeah, I mean, listen, we gotta stop with that, okay? We gotta stop with that. Hey, Cully, go in the building. What up, Cully? Appreciate you, Cully. Good to see you, man. Always a pleasure when Cully's around, man. Lion of Judah is here. Salute, my brother. He said, Shabbat Shalom, my brother Ron, in the panel and chat. Blessings to all and praises. Shalom to you, my brother. Appreciate you. Ah, we got the Latin love showing the love in the building. You know what I mean? I see you on Dios. Dímelo. Margaret Edwards is here. Let's go, Margaret. What's up? It says hi, chat. Good to see you, Margaret, as always. you, you ain't lying, bro. You right, man. I'm sorry, man. I gotta figure something out, man. Maybe more giveaways is gonna up the ante, more chances for you to win. Or maybe we do one of them giveaways where for whatever reason all the names are mega. Mm. Tim is in the building. What up, Tim? Good to see you, brother. Says salute, Ron. Always bringing that dope Knicks content. Keep putting on for Knicks Nation. I appreciate you, Tim. Thank you, man. Thank you for always supporting, bro. No, Keyshawn, I hear you, bro. People who was always calling cats soft really got me upset, Ron. Where they at now? You know, too many like misnomers and bad narratives because how a guy talks. You know what I mean? Some people, and I mean how he talks. Like some people talk a lot with their hands, but he talks a lot with his hands. Some people have a softer voice. He has a softer voice sometimes. He kind of goes up and down. You know what I mean? So that plays into it, and the fact that he's not like a dominant defensive presence. But let me tell you something. On offense, this man is super aggressive and he's strong. He ain't no tight roping. He's going right into the paint, not playing around. So listen, I don't know, y'all. I think we gotta chill with that soft stuff. Annie K is in the building. Well, I never seen you in the chat before, Annie K. Thank you for being here. And you get a Let's go, Annie K. Thank you for being here. She said, "Love watching this year's Knicks team so far. The trade for Cat was strong and a genius." Okay, I like it. Jay Chosen One says, "Exactly. How do you define a big man? Durant, Dirk, Larry Bird, but he definitely was a small forward, power forward, and more." Yeah, fair. I echo these sentiments. L. Yes, salute to all the beautiful ladies of SKF. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting and thank you for repping. But I can't forget the most beautifulest of the beautiful ladies, and that's that lady that is in the room over there. She knows who she is. Ah, shout out to Sharice Duncan in the building. Let's go, man! All the ladies came out today. Salute, everybody's. We feeling the Nick love. Let's go. She said, "We need this dub versus the Pacers on Sunday." Facts, facts. We do. All right, Stacks. Different timing in the building. What up, Ron? He says, "What up to you, bro? Hope you're doing well." My guy Randu is in the building. What up, Randu? Salute. Oh man, the Candyman can. I mean, the Grandy Man can. Sam Grandison is in the building. Salute, Sam. Oh wait. Oh, does this mean we might have a chance to have some time with Sam today? If he's free, I don't know because the Knicks did play Milwaukee, and he's out there. So salute, peace, and blessings. He says, checking in. School is hectic this time of the semester. Hey, man, listen, I can't even imagine what you're going through as you continue to wrap up and round out your law school degree. But hey, man, full head of steam, man. Full head of steam. Keep going forward, never backwards. Shout out to Jermaine Sims in the building. Appreciate you. What's good? He says, good to see you, Jermaine. Hey, my guy Paris Duggar is in the building. What up, Paris? PD in the building. Gotta say, Cat is way better than advertised. Come on, that's what I'm talking about. Let's go. All right, everybody's starting to get on the Cat train. Wesley Robinson is in the building. What up, Wesley? Good to see you, my brother. He said, good morning, brother Ron. I'm checking in from Strong Island, New York, home of Rock Kim, Rock Marciano, Dr. J, Jim Brown, and countless others. Cat was in his bag, and the big fella don't look soft to me. Facts. I hear you on that. All right, let's see who else we got here. Oh, my name is D Nice. What up, D Nice in the building? Salute. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Mm, let me see. Oh, I don't think I've noticed you in the chat before. Crazy and insane TV is here. Blessings, family. Great win yesterday. Love it. Hope we can get it together and go on a stretch run. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I mean, if you've been here before, it might have been a long time ago. I don't remember the name, so I appreciate you, man. Thank you for being here again. Or if you should chat, appreciate you. Yeah. Shout out to you, Facebook user. Hey friend, how you doing? I don't know. I'm doing all right. How you doing? I don't know who this may be, but shout out to you. Appreciate you. Oh, I think I know. Maybe oh shoot. I think I know what it is. Probably sometimes in StreamYard, what happens is it loses connection to some of your platforms, so you constantly have to update it. Maybe I got a message to update the Facebook connection. I didn't see it. I don't. It usually pops up at the top of the screen. I don't see it. So if anybody's tuned in on Facebook, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry I don't know who you are because it doesn't show the name. Mm, it might be Lena Franklin. If it's you, Lena, appreciate you. Right. My guy, the objective Knicks fan, is in the building. Salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He says, salute family. Let's go, Knicks. Hey guys, listen. I know that I've talked about the objective Knicks fan a lot on the show in the past. I've been on his show, he's been on our show. Really good dude, dope content. And let me tell you something. He's starting to, work extra hard, man. He's putting up in the ante, man. He's putting a lot of content out there. Please support this man. He's doing a great job. Salute to you, bro. I see. He busy. Felicia Lee. What up, Felicia? Let's go, Felicia. Good morning, Ron. Blessings to you and your family. I realized last night the Knicks, the last 3 seasons, including this one, the Knicks have started 3-4 record-wise. Knicks on to winning records. Yes, I agree. That's what I'm saying. They don't start off the best, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Y'all know that line. All right. So you guys have heard me, right? You've heard me speak, and I like to have the feedback too because you guys are the listeners. You're the ones who are hearing me. So hear how I sound right now. And I'm talking test 1 2 check 1 2 the mic check a 1 2 the break. Oh, I'm about to get busy. No, I'm not. Um, I'm gonna switch back to the sound that I had earlier because this is how I'm really gauging where I need to be. And you guys can kind of tell me. You can always weigh in uh, of what it sounds like. So let's say this is the first one. I know I already had the first one earlier, but let's start from now. You hear me right now. You hear how I sound. This is what's going on. Check 1 2. Blessings to everyone out there. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here. Let's go Knicks. All right. So that's how I sound right now. Let's say that's number one, and then this is number two. So this is number two, and I want you guys to listen to this for a while. Remember what number one sounded like to you. This is number two, and then you could kind of tell me what you think sounds better. You know what I mean? So, and you got to listen closely, y'all. Like you may hear a little bit more bass in the first one. You may hear a little bit more crispness or words a little. I mean, you just gotta listen. So you tell me what it sounds like to y'all. Y'all know better than me. Y'all listening to me. Okay, let me get a little coffee. All right, now back to it. Johnny Davis is in the building. What up, Johnny? I appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. He said, "What's up, Ron? What's going on, Johnny?" Um. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. So that is you, Lena. All right. Uh. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. She says, "I am. We won the game last night." Oh, and for you too, Lena. Let's go. Salute to you, Lena. Appreciate you. Nick Yak is in the building. Salute Nick Yak. He obviously is attacking the rim more than with Minnesota, which is a relief. But this is something you can expect. You know why? Well, I'm gonna say, guys, because this is a Tom Thibodeau team, and Tom Thibodeau does what? Brings out the best in his big man. Let's go, baby. Kareem Grant is in the building. Salute, Kareem. What up, twin? Says salute to the chat. And Ron, good afternoon. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well, bro, man. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. Anna Grill is in the building. Salute. Happy Saturday. Happy Saturday to you, Anna Grill. Hope you're doing well, bro. Darren Wilkerson is in the building. Salute Knicks Nation. Darren, hope you're doing good, man. Good to see you. Okay. All right. Crazy and insane TV. Nah. That's dope. Appreciate you, bro. But thank you for always being here and supporting, man. Salute to you, bro. Shout out to Joe Curry in the building. What's going on, Joe? He says, when he wins the title, until then, John K. Jones is the best center in New York. Okay, Joe. See you. All right. I hear you, bro. Shout out to my guy. Hey, Big Lou in the building. What up, Big Lou? Good to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. I hope health is treating you well. Family and everybody is okay. Salute to you, my bro. He said, good afternoon, brother Ron and my Knicks family. Blessings to be with everyone. Salute, man. I'm glad to have you here. I hope you're doing well, bro. I don't know the struggle and the type of things you deal with in life, but I know it hasn't always been great. And I appreciate you, man. And I'm glad you get to wake up another day and enjoy life. I hope it is treating you well, though. Good to see you, Big Lou. Corey Lee is in the building. What up, Corey Lee? Appreciate you, brother. He said, police and salute. Queens is in the building. Queens get the money, and the 718 boys are here too. Salute to y'all, bro. Salute to everybody, man. Thank you for being here and rocking as always. Okay. Andrew Decatus is in the building. What up, Andrew? Or is it Decatus? Salute to you. He says roller coaster season, but still early. Let's get healthy. And 12-8 first 20. I'm good with that. Listen, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. It's going to take some time, man. We're going to be all right though. Izzy Black is in the building. What up, Izzy? Appreciate you. Said what's good. Knicks family, peace and abundance to Ron and the chat. Appreciate you, bro. Hope you're doing well, Izzy. Good to see you, man. Shout out to Blaze Brown in the building. What up, Blaze? Said good afternoon, Ron. Checking in from Orlando. We have to go through growing pains. We need to play the Rooks more. I mean, we got to go with what works. Remember, Tibbs is, see, the one thing about Tibbs that I wanted to say before, and I haven't had a real chance to, is we know how Tibbs is very strict with his rotations and playing rookies and all that. But let's just keep in mind, guys, Tibbs has been playing these young guys a lot more than he did when we first got the rookies when we got RJ and Quickly and OB and Quentin Grimes. Like, he's playing these guys out the gate more than he was doing with those guys. I mean, obviously RJ played and Quickly was in there, but you know what I mean? Like, Obi had to wait to get his chance to get more minutes. Deuce had to wait. And Grimes had to wait. So he's giving some guys, shots and playing, a little bit more than, you would even expect from Tibbs. So let's cut the guy a break when it comes to that. Because I know it's garbage time as well, but there's also been moments where he's put guys in the middle of a game where you're like, I'm surprised we even see him. You know what I mean? So let's let it. Let's see where it goes. Cat has Annie K says Cat has added a level of excitement to Knicks I have never seen before. Well done, Leon Rose and company. Okay, all right, Annie. John weighs in. John, salute to you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. He says number 2, so he likes number 2 sound better. Okay. Appreciate you, my bro, and good to see you. Looking forward to chopping it up with you on Monday if you're available. Obviously, I always have to say that because John got a lot going on with the family and being dad of the year. I don't know who's going to give him the award, but somebody better. Salute to you. And guys, just so you have a heads up, this Monday, We're going to have a special guest on SKF Weekly. The Mr. One and Only, Mr. Hardest Working Man in Media, in my opinion, Mr. Dexter Henry will be on with us on Monday. So that should be pretty dope. I look forward to chopping it up. Anytime we can chop it up with Dexter, it's always a fun time. So stay tuned for that Monday at 9 p.m. SKF Weekly. Okay. All right. So Crazy and Insane says second one is the best. First one is kind of in and out. All right. Okay. I don't know why that's happening, but good to know though. I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Okay, let me see. Hey, all right. Prezi the boss is in the building. Says good afternoon, Ron and SKF General. Appreciate you, Prezi. I hope you're doing well, bro. Keyshawn says these false narratives people create to downplay what they have. I hear that. Smarter than your average is in the building. Good to see you. Says salute, Ron. Salute to my peeps from block 1 to block 4. R.I.P. Miss Green. R.I.P. My Summers. R.I.P. My brother Ray. Yeah, facts. Shout out to everybody, man. Rest in peace to all those people that we grew up with in our neighborhood, and most recently Miss Green. Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't make I heard there was a memorial last week, and I wasn't able to make it. And this is life, man. But prayers and respect to the family, the Green family, man. Good to see you, Bear. Though, hope you're doing well, brother. And salute and peace to your family, man. All of y'all, all the brothers, good dudes, man. Let me see. My 2 cents is in the building. What up, my 2 cents? Appreciate you. Said facts, Ron. Last night should kill 3 narratives. Cat is soft. JB ball hogs. Tibbs is bad for rooks. All BS. Salute and peace. I hear you. I mean, like I said, we get too caught up in like a short window of time, and even as content creators, it's hard not to. So that's why I try not to say too much. I'll be feeling certain things at times, but I'm like, you know what? Let me wait because give it a little time. It's tough, and as fans, especially in New York fans, there's we a lot of us wear our emotions on our sleeves. So a lot of guys get and gals get very passionate about the team, and so things get said. But maybe we should be a little bit more wait and see type. But it's tough. New York don't move that way. How can we be a wait and see type fan base when we're the city that never sleeps? We always moving. It's hard. I get it. Coach Sire in the building. Salute to you, Coach. Hope you're doing well. Appreciate you. Says salute. Hey, my guy Phil Porto is in the building. What up, Phil? Appreciate you, my guy. Great show the other day. Guys, if y'all haven't checked out, because I know it's still new in the season. Maybe some people are still not sure about what's going on. But the Knicks nightcap, you know what I mean, is back in full effect. Eru, Apollo, Phil Porto, they are on the Nick of Time channel with our guy Jay Ellis, who we love and support. So if you're looking for the Nick nightcap, that is a really popping show. It used to come on Wednesdays. It is now on Thursday nights on the Nick of Time show. So check it out Thursday nights. I believe they start around 8 p.m. So please go show them some love and support. The content is great. The visual is always dope. Phil does a great job of putting stuff together. So please support them. And you won't be disappointed. Believe me. And you get some interesting thoughts on liquor as well. Yeah. So please go support them and show them some love. My guy, Humberto De La Ho's in this house. What up, Humberto? Appreciate you, bro. He says, what is up, still Knicks fans? Please remind Knicks fans that gelling still takes time. It's a fact. I love it. I forgot what it was. I saw something was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Somebody referred to what I always refer to, because it's common reference, right? The Heatles, the Miami Heat team. I always bring it up because it still remains true. Bosh, Wade, and LeBron got off to a horrible start. You know what I mean? For putting those three guys together and all they had to do to get them together, horrible start. But then eventually when things start to gel, it clicked and they had an incredible season. And then the next season they won the championship. So yeah, man, sometimes you gotta let it breathe, man. Gotta let it breathe. I think it was Apollo on Knicks Nightcap. I think, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I apologize, whoever might have said it. But I think he brought up the fact that, like, look at some of the teams around the league. It takes a little while to gel. Look at Phoenix. Last year, we were all looking at Phoenix like, what a train wreck. How could they think that this was going to work? But it's looking good this year. Just maybe they needed a lot of time to figure out who had to play certain roles, who's going to defer and all this stuff. And, let's not also forget that last year, Bradley Beal was hurt a lot of the season. So far to start this season, he's been playing. So, that helps. So things like that, man, just got to give it some time. Got to give it some time to gel. Let's see. My guy, D Coolers 718 is in the building. Appreciate you, D Coolers. Always good to see you. Thank you. And by the way, I am going to, I'm going to put up some pictures from the prize winners that did win, in the SKF giveaway. I'll put that up in a little bit, so you guys can see them with their prize. The only person I'm missing is Carrie Cox, but Carrie, it's okay. It's all right. Don't worry about it. I understand things happen, and maybe you just can't get around to it. But I appreciate you, and I'm always happy that you are here and support the show, bro. Coach says, Ron, I just had that realization about myself. I was kind of mad that Matt Ryan is being considered over Pac-Man. I mean, listen, I get it. I get it. I mean, look, I think it's just all about time. And then Matt Ryan, even though he is no like world beater, he's just been in the league for a little bit. And he hasn't played a lot of basketball either, but he's been in the league, been on a couple different teams, and just understands the inner workings of what it's like to be on an NBA team, and understands when to be used and when he won't be used. And so it's kind of one of them things. So, but I hear you. I mean, I get it. We'll see. Time will tell. Listen, it doesn't matter. One thing about the Knicks is they didn't spend a lot of money to bring in Matt Ryan. And while we hope that he contributes and helps the team, if he doesn't really contribute and Pacom Dadier has great practices and is just cooking, and I think Tom Thibodeau will do what he feels is best for the team. He don't care that you brought in a guy to help if you got somebody that was already here and he's stepping up. So I don't think it really matters. Thibodeau's going to play whoever makes sense for the team. But for a rookie, that means making some really big strides in practice, especially when practices are limited. I mean, you got to do a lot. So I don't know. I don't even know if rookies really have a fair chance in today's NBA to show their stuff, to get adequate playing time these days. There's just not a lot of practices. Let's see. Jay from PR is in the building. What up, Jay? Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you as always. All right. Okay. Yeah, man. So I think that this is going to be an interesting year. I think we're in store for some fun times, and I can't wait. I'm really excited for where this Knicks team is going. And I think we just all have to continue to remain patient with the team and support them, and understand that this is a process that's going to take time, but in the end, we'll be happy with what this team has turned into. We're going to talk about a bunch of different things today. Obviously, as you can see, the Knicks have snapped the streak. That little losing streak we got. We don't want that. The cat is growling. That's right. The cat is growling. So he's showing you some dog. On offense, Cat has looked incredible. So we definitely got that. Josh Hart stepping up, played a really good, consistent, efficient game last night. Shout out to Josh. That's why he's my favorite player on the Knicks. Deuce McBride also played a great game, in my opinion, as far as like giving the Knicks what they needed, what they wanted off the bench. So I definitely think, it's good signs. Tyler Kolek got to go out there and give us some valuable minutes. And for the amount of time he played, he gave us some great value. So shout out to Tyler. And it was also Kith night last night. So for whatever reason, the Knicks play well on Kith night. So, okay, all right, I can rock with that. Unfortunately, Kith goods are a little bit out of my price range. I mean, maybe I could get some stuff, but you know what I mean? Like, their stuff ain't cheap, but it looks nice, man. I got to give credit. Sometimes when teams decide to do different things when it comes to merchandise, it doesn't always rock. It doesn't always make sense. But I think the guys, Ronnie Feig at Kith, he does a really good job of kind of tapping into what people like their merch to look like for their team. So I definitely think especially his newest line, I think it's pretty dope. And I like the fact that, he's combination with Averex. Like, I think that's pretty cool. Because, growing up, Averex was forget about it, man. We used to love Averexes back in the day. And then Averexes was like getting a pair of Olafs. If anybody know playing basketball back in the day, no matter where you were, if you went uptown, you were blessed. But for us, like living in Brooklyn and other places, Queens, used to travel to Harlem to the Olaf store to get you a pair of Olafs. Y'all know what that is? Olafs is a pair of shorts, y'all. Back in the day, the Olaf store was where you could get like your colored shorts, like the blues, the purples, the whites, that you could get 2-tone, you could get 3-tone, you can get the thicker ones, you can get the looser ones that were more swaying. Like, man, the Olaf shop was the spot. So, but yeah, man, good old times. Anyway, let me put this link out there so we can get it going and if anybody has the time today to talk, by all means, we will be talking anyway, but we love to talk with y'all. So let me put this out there. All right. Link is in the chat. So first off, what I wanted to say is that I want to get this out while I wait for anybody who might want to jump in if you are available. I told you I did have one negative to bring up. And it's not a big deal, guys. It's just that I just want us to kind of put things in perspective. The Knicks have recently played a Houston Rocket team that is strong defensively, very fast moving up and down the court, and young and athletic. They gave us some problems, some issues, especially when we're playing an 8-man rotation. Running up and down the court with these young fellas and trying to keep up with them was kind of tough. Then we played the Atlanta Hawks team, which is another young, running up and down the court, athletic team. We had some issues with them as well. And then we play the slow, plodding, older Milwaukee Bucks team, and we give Milwaukee the business. So all I want you guys to understand is while I think the Knicks played incredible last night, and I'm not taking anything away from their victory, the Milwaukee Bucks are, not these young, athletic, run up and down the court teams. So until we can play another one of those teams like that, then I'll know if we've turned the corner. You know what I mean? And really started to, lock in. But I appreciate the victory. I think it was a dope victory. But I need to see how we play against some, another one of these run and gun type teams. Indiana might be an idea like that tomorrow, but we've handled Indiana already. So I guess I would probably want to see another team that does that type of stuff as well. Before I'm really like sold that, hey, we've turned the corner and we've got it together. That's pretty much it. But that's the only negative I take from last night's game. That's it. There's just the fact that they were kind of, Milwaukee is a very slow, stagnant type team right now. Like they are lost out there, y'all. They look like they are lost. They don't look like they like each other. They don't look like they want to play with each other. They look lost. So as much as you want to say the Knicks have issues trying to figure out what's what and gelling, we're not Milwaukee. They not like us. So that's one good thing, because they got some other issues going on over there. And let me tell you, man, Giannis does not look happy. I've never seen, first off, I don't know how many times I've seen an NBA player this vocal so early in the season, and I've never seen Giannis this vocal ever. So I'm like, he talking that talk. Who he talking about? I like to say, to be honest, be careful what you wish for. You know what I mean? Because that Milwaukee Bucks team was going well, right? And for whatever reason, they made the cardinal sin of getting rid of Mike Budenholzer. This dude gave everything for that team. You know what I mean? His brother passed away. This dude didn't even properly grieve or do certain things to respect that time frame in his life, because he was worried, the team and coaching, and they fired him. I don't know. I think that's like for baseball terms, that's like getting rid of Babe Ruth. You know what I mean? Y'all know the curse of the great Bambino. I don't know. I think that was a rough one. And then the other thing too is, then you get a new coach. You get Alfred Griffin. Now, I know apparently Alfred Griffin had some extracurricular things going on in his life that had nothing to do with basketball. And I guess the organization felt they needed to move on from that. They didn't like that. But then other people say some people just didn't like Alfred Griffin's coaching style. Because remember, they were used to Mike Budenholzer. Even though they decided to get him up out of there, they were used to him. And then Alfred Griffin came in. And mind you, when they had Alfred Griffin, they were 30-13. Tough to be them. I guess they couldn't handle it. So I don't know whether or not it was BS, that it was really more of they didn't like his coaching style and how he wasn't, acquiescing to all of the special treatment that Giannis and his brother was getting. Because, apparently a lot of that was going on. Or it was the fact of the extracurricular stuff going on in Mr. Griffin's life. But either way, that was another mistake when you think about it. They were a winning team, right? Now you bring in Doc Rivers, and Doc has not figured it out. He's not figured it out. So I don't know what to say about that over there. That's just a tough one. Paris says Brunson has started slow all 3 seasons here, becomes hell around game 15. Okay. I like it. David Smith says, seems like the media is pushing this Giannis trade to the Knicks. How could a trade like that even work? Knicks would have to trade OG Anunoby and Mitch. Why would Bucks do that? I mean, something's better than nothing. I don't know. I guess if I'm the Knicks, I'm not worried about no Giannis trade, to be honest. I'm good. Look, I maybe because I'm a Met fan, I don't know. I'm just not used to my team. Now, of course, I say that, but now we got somebody who's spending all types of money. But I'm just not used to my team being able to get, all these top players all over the place. So for me, it just seems like overkill. And I think sometimes you got to be careful what you wish for. Now, what I will say though is, if there was ever a player that you could add that was like Giannis that could work with the team, it would be him. Yeah, because of how we have Cat, because Cat is a perimeter. Cat can stay on the perimeter shooting threes or drive in when he gets moments, and then Giannis will be in the paint, like killing in the paint, running up and down the court, pushing the pace. It's interesting. It's just, if you do that, I just feel like you run into the same issues that other big threes have run into. You bring these players in, and depending on their level of play, you'll know how strong and potent your bench has to be to help win consistently. The Miami Heat were in a very good position. They had Bron, Bosh, and Wade in their prime. And they not only added guys who played strong defense, but some of those guys shot the hell out of the ball from three. They just had a right mixture of guys that they could bring in to complement those other three. It's not as easy to find that complement all the time. So you can get a big three like Booker, Durant, and Bradley Beal, and it may not work out the way you think, because overall the team is not that good, or you're still trying to figure out how to gel. Now this year, maybe they figured it out. We'll see. It just is not. It's not simple. It's not like the writing's on the wall. Oh, we got Cat, Giannis, and Brunson. That's it. We're winning a championship. It's not that simple. You got to make sure because whatever you give up for Cat, which would be a lot, what does that change your team into? Let me tell you something. I don't like it, because if you had to go get, Giannis, you're talking about giving up OG Anunoby. I don't know who else you'd be talking about. You have to give up OG. This team without OG, I don't know what this team is now. Like, we're already talking about our defensive presence in the middle, right? And we're talking about how we've been getting killed on the perimeter. Last night we did it was much easier, like I said, because the team is a slower footing. They don't move the same way. They don't put us in as many uncomfortable situations, matchup wise and stuff. The way they play, they're older team. We got to see what it looks like when we play another young team again, that moves around like that has good defense. That's why I don't want to, use Indiana that well. Let's see another team that's similar to Houston or whatever, or even the way Atlanta played us. But like, if we could find another team like that in the next coming weeks, maybe it'll be Orlando. I don't know, whoever. Let's see how that looks. And then we can, understand better what we look like. But the bottom line is, we already talking about how our defense sometimes looks suspect. It's because of the fact that guys like Mikal and OG have to help out more, because we got no interior presence. So you want to bring in an interior presence in the form of Giannis, but then get rid of OG, get rid of Mitch, most likely. Who knows? You might have to get rid of Deuce, and you got to get rid of picks to make that trade happen. You think that makes the Knicks better? I don't think so, bro. Because the bottom line is, even if you enhance your interior presence, a lot of this league scoring is based on guys from the perimeter. So now you don't have that same perimeter defense. And I know that we brought Mikal over here to kind of shore up the perimeter defense. He is a strong, but Mikal is not OG. Like, OG is a lockdown defender, especially when he can lock down on his guy. He doesn't have to worry about helping. But Mikal's a good defender. He's not OG though. So you get rid of OG. I don't know about this Knicks team being what we think it can be without. Just my opinion, but Shout out to D Coolis. He says Milwaukee is in tank mode. They knew before Giannis signed his extension he wanted out. You could be right about that. Kevin says, if I'm the Bucks, I'm hitting the reset button, trade Giannis and Dame. Mm-hmm. Okay, so Prezi says he has a question about Sims. Nothing too long-winded. Okay. I was just thinking about narratives. Jumpman 20 has been in the league for 4 seasons and not doing anything. Man has only been on court for less than 2 seasons combined. Man, I can't argue with you. Now, one of the things that I will say is that I noticed that, we didn't know that he was hurt. So there was one time he was hurt and we didn't really know how the severity of it. And then last year, I mean, it was a point where I just thought he was in the doghouse. I didn't even know he was hurt like that. The Knicks kept that really close to the inner circle. And then eventually we find out. But after that, we're like, man, the season is over. So I didn't even know he was hurt like that. So that took a lot of time away from him. But, the bottom line is, in my opinion, I don't have an issue with Jericho Sims. I think Jericho is a young player that has a lot of upside to his game, but he hasn't maximized on his talent, and he is definitely not capitalized on his opportunity, in my opinion. I saw some stat last night. Somebody put up Jericho Sims' numbers this year compared to Taj Gibson, and Taj had better numbers. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Jericho. It's not you. Or is it? Yeah, it wasn't good. It wasn't good. Correct. He did. Dockenham. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like, I would much rather see Jericho say, like last night's game, Jericho had the ball. Man, I get so frustrated when I see this. Jericho had the ball and the shot clock was running down. There was like 5 seconds on the shot clock. And instead of him saying, you know what, let me just put it up, he passed the ball. I'm like, what are we doing, Jericho? Like, come on, man. I can't. Oh my. Like, did Tibbs say, if you shoot that ball, you're never going to see the court again? Like, what is going on with Jericho? And then it makes me think he has no confidence whatsoever in his own offensive game, because when he went back down the court, you could see him like, I don't know if he cursed under his breath, but he said something like he was mad at himself. I don't know. I can't put my hands on it. I can't figure it out. Shout out to Geraldine McIver in the building. Let's go. The first lady of SKF. Appreciate you, Geraldine. She was one of our first subscribers, one of the first people to show love to the show, one of the day ones. And it's always good to see Geraldine. I know Geraldine has been busy, life and work and everything going on. But Geraldine, I hope you are well. I'm really happy to see you in the chat. Blessings to you, as always. Man, the ladies came out today, huh? Let's go. Let me bring my guy in here. Get this off of the L screen. I'll change this up a little bit. Give me a second. New look. Got to do some things. Move some stuff around here. Some furniture moving. All right. Hey, what up, Jay?
What up, brother? Salute. Good morning.
Always a pleasure, man. Hope you're doing well.
I'm doing well. How about you?
Can't complain, man. Hanging in there. We here, man. We here.
That's crazy. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm looking at you, but you're frozen. Like you're not moving.
Really? Huh. Let me
I
see
don't know
how
if
it looks.
anybody else is witnessing that, or is that something I may have to get back into the StreamYard or something. But
No, I'm looking at the stream on YouTube. I got another window open. I'm looking I think I'm okay. I mean it it looks like it's all right. It could be on your end, but who knows, man, cuz I am on Wi-Fi, but it looks like it's okay. If anybody else sees me, if I'm looking like I'm glitching or stuttering, please let me know.
no, completely. It just looks like a portrait on my end. And if it's my end, and they tell you, then I'll read it.
Yeah. I mean, if anything, you could refresh, come back in and come back.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that anyway. All right, brother.
Okay, all right. Well, let's see.
All right.
All right, no doubt. Okay, let me switch back. All right, let's see. We got looking good, doing it in the building. Says get Huck Porty in. I've been trying to get Huck Porty. I've been on the train, man. Let's get Huck Porty in the game. But so the whole thing is, when I say I want Huck Porty in, I just want to see more of Huck Porty. I'm not giving up on Jericho Sims. I think what Jericho Sims really needs is more time with Mark Bryant and some time with Patrick Ewing. And these fellas need to get into this young man's head and tell him, look, I know Tibbs runs his team a certain way. I know he's probably told you certain things about taking bad shots and being smart about what you're doing. Uh, if I were um, they might say, Jericho, play your game, young fella. You know what I mean? If a shot opportunity creates itself and you're close enough that you think you can knock it down, or try it here and there. Not too crazy, but knock it down and show that you can do a little bit more. Because the bottom line is, when you've been in the league going on your fourth year, now you can be a team player all you want, but it starts to kind of be a little bit about you as well. Like, now you're trying to play for your next job, right? Because now the Knicks have to figure out whether they want to re-sign you and bring you back, or another team is going to look at you and say, that's somebody we want to add to our team. So you gotta, you can be a team player and help the team win and still do for you on occasion. And Jericho, I don't think, gets that part yet. Jericho still is like a deer in headlights at the moment. He looks like he is too scared to even attempt the shot. And let me tell you something. That ain't the way to be in the NBA. I don't care who your coach is. You may not want to take bad shots or put the Knicks in a position where you're chucking and now we're losing because of you, because you can't shoot. But when you get an opportunity, sometimes here and there, you got to let it fly. Jericho gets the ball and all of a sudden he's got to put the ball in bounce it, and then try to get back up with a dunk, instead of getting the ball off the rebound and then backing down the guy and just quick little jump hook. You know what I mean? Where it's going to be hard for the other defender to block it, and you get the ball right back up, quickly, where you don't have to do so much. But he's in a situation where he has no confidence whatsoever. Gone. No confidence, which is kind of surprising to me with Mark Bryant here and Patrick Ewing in whatever form he's here in. And you still got Othello Harrington here. So I'm like, how are you not letting getting this young fella's confidence up? Like, let's get this guy going. You know what I mean? But whatever. I'm talking too much. Thank you, Mega. Okay, John said, all right, cool. All right. Thanks, bro. Yeah, I just think that's what it is. So, it's the toughest thing to be in a situation where I think my voice is going to reach the New York Knicks. I'm not saying that what I've saying matters, but I also feel like a certain level of responsibility, right? To say that while I want to see more of Ariel Huckporty, I want to see Airport get busy out there in the court and see what he can actually do for the team. I don't want to give up on Jericho Sims. You know what I mean? I want to intertwine the two. I want Jericho to have moments where he can go out there and help the team. But I also want to be able to see Huckporty and see what this young man can do. That's it. It's not giving up on one. It's just giving someone else a chance to see what they can do while still showing love to Jericho. And mind you, this is all, foreshadowing, right? Because if Mitchell Robinson came back tomorrow, you ain't seeing none of them dudes. So I'm saying it's not like, it's not too crazy to say what I'm saying, because if Mitchell Robinson came back, Jericho ain't playing, Huckporty ain't playing either. So why not get a good look at these guys for what they are now and help build on what they got going on? That's all I'm saying. Give them a shot. And then don't give up on Jericho, because the young man, let me tell you something. If we could just get Jericho's confidence up on the offensive side, I think Jericho can do some things. I can't look at the stuff he's doing in practice with who he's working with and then look at old high school video of him shooting free throws and knocking them down, or moves to the basket and he was looking really good, and just think that that's nowhere, like it's nowhere to be found, like it's gone. I can't believe that. I just believe it's confidence. You got to be willing to take the shot. You got to be comfortable with the repercussions of what happens if you miss, right? And then just pick up and go from there. But, it is what it is. Prezi says, practice all of those moves during the summer for nothing. I mean, right now, it looks like that's what it is. Tim says, G League Sims is trash. He had us thinking he had improved his game with the video he put out with him hitting jumpers and threes. He needs to go to the G League and build some confidence. And I think that, if he might go back down to the G League again and get some love if we were healthy. If Precious is here and Mitch is here, I could definitely see them sending Jericho back there to work. But what's the point? Like, you send him there to do what? To go score and shoot and do all this stuff and be a little bit more dominant and then come back up here and do none of it? Like, I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't get it. It don't matter who we play. We could be out there. He could be playing bums like the third stringers off the bench, and he still don't shoot or try to do anything or try to get bit. Like, what are we? All right, I'm done. Shout out to Darlene Bryant in the building. What up, Darlene? Let's go. Salute to you. Hope you're doing well. As I said it, man, all the ladies are out here today showing love for their Knicks team. I might have to star all the ladies just because I've never seen this many ladies in the chat at one time showing love to the Knicks, man. This is great. Appreciate all y'all. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you to everybody who's tuned in across all platforms. We got 131 people watching right now. Please smash that like button, show your love for the show if you haven't already, and subscribe if you haven't already subscribed. We are on the road to 4K subscribers. So hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already done so. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all. All right. Well, it is what it is. Anyway, the Knicks snapped their streak, so it's good to get that losing taste out of here and get back to winning. So, and I hope that they don't show the Jekyll and Hyde stuff that I've always commented about with them in the past, because they've always kind of been up and down. Last year, we started to kind of break away from that. And I hope this year it continues, because we don't want to continue to see that same type of play. We gotta move on from that. Karl-Anthony Towns. Let me see if I can pull up the box score here. Let's share screen. Oh, and let me put this. Let me put the link back in the chat once again. I know after a while it starts to go away. Okay. There we go. Let me get myself out of here. Apologies. Make that the bigger one. Nah, let's just do this one then. And then we'll switch off of this. So, and let me see if I can blow this up and make it a little easier for you guys to see. There we go. All right. I see Jay is back. Let me bring him up in here. Boom. Hey, Jay.
What's happening, brother?
All right. Did things look a little better on your end, or?
Yeah. Definitely. That was
Cool.
definitely all about me. But
No,
I'm
no doubt.
I'm a blame shifter. I like to, I'm gonna blame everybody but me.
It's okay.
Yeah.
So
Oh
I'm
my
about to
God.
look at the box score, but before we get into that, what's your thoughts on the team? How do you feel about how they played last night?
Sorry to interrupt. I got super hyped because I've been listening and I had so much to say earlier. I think that today Todd got more points and rebounds than today. Todd Gibson.
Wow.
Gibson definitely is still doing better than he is, and he's not even rocking. So
Let
I
me
have a
drop this
problem with
down.
Sims. I have a big problem with Sims. I don't believe that he belongs in the rotation. He seems very lost. Very lost. I'm like you. I have a real problem giving up on people. But I don't know why he gets more run over like a 40. I don't get it to me. And a lot of times teams want to save face, right? They want to save face for their pick. So in order to save face, what do you got to do? You got to keep them. You got to try to say that you're building them, and you got to put them in there for a little bit. But at what detriment to our team are we going to continue to throw a young man that look? I mean, I literally catch him looking over his shoulder more than I do at the play. What were your thoughts on him?
I think that he just lacks, like, he has confidence issues. I think he just doesn't feel comfortable even attempting a shot. I don't like the only shot that I think he feels comfortable attempting is if he's right underneath the rim and can possibly dunk the ball. Other than that, he just does not look comfortable attempting anything. And I can understand maybe a jump shot. I mean, especially the fact that he's not a great free throw shooter. So him attempting a jump shot might look a little wild in his eyes to Tibbs. But the hook shots that he's been working on, them little turnaround floaters that are like 5 feet away from the rim, like, I don't understand why you're not trying to at least do that. And you saw how effective it can be and how it worked for Hartenstein. Hartenstein was and Hartenstein was more of a push shot, so it's different. And his is more of a traditional hook where he was working on turnaround. But whatever, it don't matter. You are 6'9" who you can jump out the gym. At your point of release, it should be like you're throwing the ball down in the rim almost. Like, why are you not trying that? I don't know. I don't get it.
Especially with his hops. Like we can't deny he's athletic, right? We can't deny that especially against like the theme that you have with the younger teams, right? The younger teams, we need younger. For that, we would need younger legs too, right? So Sims would, and automatically be somebody that you would want to be chasing down. I mean, that Rocket game, the running gun just destroyed us, and it doesn't. I don't know. G League, maybe, X League. He needs to go somewhere else, man. He did.
I mean, it is what it is. I don't want to spend too much time talking about Jericho. I think we spent a lot of time talking about him last week. But my whole thing is I just want people to understand that I don't want this guy to be thrown away. Like, because I want to see Huck Porty doesn't mean I want you to, like, throw Jericho Sims in the garbage. I just want to see more Huck Porty. Like, give this guy some shot and some love so we can see what his game really looks like out there. Like right now, Huck Porty's been put in a situation where he comes in as garbage time, or we put him in a situation where we would kind of going up against the Cavaliers, and they were beating us off the boards. They were playing real physical. So, but it only gave him a quick moment to get out there. So he didn't look the greatest. Give the guy some time to, get smacked in the face by some better players, and then see how he comes back at them. It's going to take a minute. But I think that we need that right now. Playing Milwaukee last night, to me, wasn't the best test for what this current Knicks team has been going through. We solved them easy because they have their own issues and they don't move the same way. Let's see what happens when we play another team that moves the way of the two teams that kind of gave us problems. Then we'll know where we're at. But I definitely think that Huck Porty gives us a chance until Precious comes back. Now, I think Precious is actually on the horizon, so he may be back sooner than we think. So, but once Precious comes back, then this conversation is over. But I would love to see Huck Porty get a shot, at least so we can know kind of what happens, because anything can happen. Precious could go down again, or somebody else might go down. You like to be in a better situation, going forward. So whatever, we'll see.
I mean, I'm 100% in agreement with you on that, and I hate to say his name again since you wanted to move on, but in order to do that, you're going to have to sacrifice the time that you're giving to this other brother, to Sims, by giving it to Huck Porty, or they're going to have to go in together. But to me, that sounds dangerous. You know what I mean? So I would love to see Hulk get a lot more time, and yeah. I agree. Yesterday is not the game that you would judge that on.
No.
You could judge Kolek on yesterday because he was able to, due to the need from campaign and stuff like that. But you gotta. He should be in during serious games. Like, I don't know why he wasn't in during that Atlanta game. Why wasn't he playing more?
That's a fact. That's a fact. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, going forward, we're going to see because Tibbs still has a lot of work to do, and the start of the season is about the team gelling, right? Because we got the new players, but it's also about the coach. The coach is going through his own little, practice pains when it comes to coaching and getting right and making sure he understands how he needs to use this team. So I think he's going to have a chance to start calming down with some of his thoughts, and I think he's going to get us in the right position to win some basketball games. I'm very confident in Thibodeau. He showed me enough that I'm not going to second guess him anymore. But we need to see some stuff and give us some time. But I will say that I do think that I'm starting to be a little bit more concerned about the rotation. But last night he helped with who he did, play guys a little less. But I'm watching because I don't care. It's early in the season, but 5 games from now, maybe I will care. So I don't care right now, but 5 games from now, I might be like, all right, now you need to figure something else out because these guys have played too much, but not right now. Not right now.
Not just yet, but we're not far from
correct
the moment.
Yeah. Not yet, but we got to watch it. Relax.
yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the sky is falling. You know what it is. We're Knicks fans, man. It's been far too long. It's like we don't know what pretty things look like anymore. Shiny, nice things, and this is an exciting team, and we just want to see all the parts be able to move together. That's my opinion.
No, I hear you. Shout out to Cam from the Kickback in the building. Says salute Ron, salute SKF fam. Good to hear your takes today. No Giannis in New York, please. Sims is definitely lacking confidence, and I'm guessing no reps in practice. Ewing should definitely get more hands on. Someone has to, bro. Someone has to whenever they can. If that requires. And that's the sacrifice you make in the NBA, right? If that requires maybe on off days when you should be resting and chilling Instead of that, Sims should be in the gym with Patrick Ewing or Mark Bryan and Othello Harrington. Like, look, guys, if you have the time, I want to get some extra work in. That is the type of stuff that, I said what I said with regards to Obi Toppin in the past, but Obi works. You guys remember that first season, everybody was on their summer break doing what they're going to do. Them young rookies was chilling. They was happy to be drafted. Obi and Quickly came back to Westchester and were at the practice facility early. They were working. Like, that's what you do if you want to become successful in the NBA. And I all Sims needs is just to work on that confidence, bro. Just let's just try something, bro. That's all I'm saying. Shout out to Dorkosaurus Rex in the building. What up, D-Rex? Says Sims, no offense, no defense. I've never seen Knicks fans go so easy on and have such a low bar for any player in Knicks history. I mean, listen, man, it's just I just feel like you got to understand that the guy has been with this team. He is an introvert. We know that his personality can be a certain way, but you don't want to not, like, what's the point of throwing away a young player and not trying to work with him to get? It's one thing if you worked with the man and said, we've done everything to try to get this guy to this point, and he has not taken the reins and done his part. That's fair. But I don't think the Knicks can say that. You know why I don't think the Knicks can say that? Because he missed 2 off seasons because he was hurt. So he could not work on his game with these coaches and do different things. Now, I'm only saying that because that's what I learned. I wasn't even paying attention to Sims like that. We worried about the bigger fish, the Donovan Mitchells and all this stuff. We're not thinking about Jericho Sims. And then later you find out, like, oh man, he couldn't even practice or work out this offseason because he was hurt. Then there was the next offseason he was there. Then the following offseason, he was hurt the whole offseason. He was rehabbing. That matters to a young player, especially a young player who needs the help. So I'm just saying,
also goes to show you that the Knicks didn't. I mean, kind of shows you what they think about him. If they're not putting all that info out, if we're not really knowing that, and we're on top of the game, it goes to show you. And I would like a question for you because he's also my favorite player. So, what makes Hart your favorite player? And when you answer that, I think some of the answer will be the opposite of exactly what Sims to me is.
right.
The difference.
Well, I mean, Hart's my favorite player because of the fact that he just gives it 110% out there in the court. He's willing to do whatever it takes to help win a basketball game. Whether it means him starting to shoot and hitting threes and trying to score and being aggressive, taking it to the rim, or whether it means diving on the floor for loose balls, whether it means grabbing rebounds, whether it means giving assists and not shooting at all, whether it means jumping it, like, he'll do whatever it takes to win the game. And he's willing to get physical and mix it up. Like, he's like has everything you want in a player. He may not have the offensive ability that some of these guys did have, but he has everything else. And if he had that offensive ability, we'd be talking about Josh Hart as one of the best players in the NBA because he just has all the other things.
So 1,000%, I agree with you, and I think that you could add one more thing since we're of a certain ilk in our life. He reminds you of a time of basketball, at least me. He reminds me of a time of basketball that was my favorite time of basketball.
He's a throwback type player. That's fair.
Exactly. A throwback type player, willing to do everything, willing to get dirty, willing to, when he roars, he pulls on the New York sign, right? He's not pulling on Hart on his back. He's pulling on New York, right? He's screaming. Listen, I know that most people, especially, in a certain age group, we wish for that whoever comes down the lane, especially, Trey Young, right? Come down the lane, somebody clotheslines them and whatever, like it might used to be. But that's not today's game. It just doesn't work like, you might get fined for getting kicked out for 5 days or something like that. However, there is a certain way to play the old school game, and Hart does that. So I think what we're missing out of me, even a handful of players, right? You don't have to be rah to get the job done. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of Kevin Durant, but he was never rah, and he was one of the better players of our last you know 15 years, right? So um, yeah, we just need people who are willing to get the job done. And I don't think that it's Patrick Ewing that needs to go get Sims, even though somebody needs to go get Sims. I think it's Sims that needs to go get Patrick Ewing. If you like Toppin did, like Quickly did, all those things you said, if you're hungry, you need to seek food. You need to go out there and go get it. Get the help. And that's why I think Hart is the heart of the team, and then and we can move on from this now. But I'm just saying, it's about
No,
adapting.
that's
It's about
fair.
adapting. So
That's fair. That's fair. And you know what? That kind of leads me into one of the topics anyway. Josh Hart, man. Josh Hart played, fantastic basketball last night. Shout out to Dripmore in the building. Salute Dripmore. Appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Yo, Ron, good afternoon. Knicks Nation. Appreciate you, bro. And shout out to my guy, Sha Powers in the building. Salute, Sha. Appreciate you, my brother. Hope you're doing well. Please, guys, always go support and show love to Knicks Real Talk with my guys, Sha and Divine, man. You've been killing it lately, man. I haven't always been able to chime in on the show because I've been kind of busy with other things like work and stuff, but I listen. I'm always listening. Salute to them brothers, man.
I hopped on the other day. We had a good time.
Oh, nice. Dope. I'm glad. It's always good, man. You have a good time with them and they get you right, man, because they're positive and, the negative, getting you right, your mindset right for the game, man. Let's get that negativity out here and look at what could happen, not what did happen or didn't happen. Shout out to More Knicks TV in the building as well. He said Othello Harrington was never a great player, and how and what could he really teach the youth? The Knicks don't have a great big man coach. Enter Pat Ewing. You may be right, More Knicks. You may be right. I mean, that's listen. It definitely can't hurt. It definitely can't hurt. But I will say that the only good thing, I don't want to do that. I don't know enough about I'm a fan. You know what I mean? I can't talk to a guy who actually made the NBA. And Othello Harrington did have some good moments. But the best part about Othello Harrington is we've got lefty bigs on the team, or we've had lefty bigs, and we still have a lefty big in Huck Porty. And he comes at you from the left hand side and understands how to work with guys like that can be similar to his style of play. New Lord in the building. What up, New Lord? Appreciate you. Says Tibbs ignores outside noise. I hear that. Wacko in Brooklyn is in the building. What up, Wacko? Hope you're doing well, bro. Let me see. Big Dog Talking Sports is in the building. Salute. What's going on, bro? Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. My guy Old Head is here. Salute, Old Head. Priest. Sims is our third string backup that may not even play when Precious comes back. Sims does what is asked of him, defend and rebound, all the hate for the role player. No, I mean, but listen, at some point, Old Head, look, if I grab a rebound, right, and the shot clock, whatever, is about to expire and there's like 5 seconds left, I got to put the ball back up. I'm not kicking it out to nobody. I'm next. I mean, and I'm not saying he was that close to the rim. On the play that I'm talking about, he wasn't. But if he was, he'd still probably kick it back out because he just has no confidence in his shot. You just got to, some things just make sense. Just nobody's going to fault you from taking a shot. The shot clock is going to expire. Would you rather take a shot clock violation? I don't, you know what I mean? Shout out to Travel Vibes in the building. Salute Travel Vibes. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Freeman 48 is in the building. What's going on, Freeman? He says Hart has good b-ball IQ. Yeah, he does.
Indeed.
Let me see here. Juan Rivera is in the building. What up, Juan? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Okay. said this guy's clueless on what he's talking about. Usually the players aren't the best, make the best coaches. LOL. Not, I don't know what you mean by that. This guy is clueless on what he's talking about. Usually the players aren't the best, make the best coaches. LOL. Usually the players aren't the best, make the best. Every time I read it, I feel like I'm losing something. I don't know what I'm trying to get. What you're trying to say? You're trying to say usually the players don't make the best coaches.
I read it as that he's saying that
I think that's what he's trying to say.
Players end up being coaches.
Oh, okay. I don't know. All right. Well, I mean, that makes sense, I guess. Well, all I know is I think that we got to give Othello Harrington some love because he did play in the NBA. I mean, we watch the NBA for our entertainment, but not all of us can suit up and get there. Like, you know, he was there. So I got to give him some love for whatever he did. So shout out to him. My guy Julian Blum is in the building. Salute, Ron. We got Huck for 2 minutes last night. Yeah, I mean, you know, it is what it is. Okay. So it's talking about Othello. Normally the scrubs make the best coaches. Okay, I got it. Okay, and he said it too. This was in reference to Harrington. Just because he wasn't the best player doesn't mean he won't make a good. Yeah, agreed. That's no, I understand. Now I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, and that's why I also don't want to take anything away from the guy. I mean, listen, you could put me out there as a coach. I doesn't mean I'm going to be the greatest coach. I'm going to make mistakes and I'm not going to know everything out, but I will do some research. I'll try to figure out how to be a good coach. But just because I didn't play on the NBA doesn't mean I can't be a good coach. I may not be, but it doesn't mean I can't be. You know what I mean? So I don't want to knock Othello for, not being one of the best players because that don't always work. You've seen it. But yeah, I mean, I see your point. I got you. Let me get back to the box score because I want to talk about what these Knicks look like because they're continuing to do something. I think this is 7 games in a row of all the starters in double figures. This is a different looking team in the way we move. The 5-out style of play, it's something new, and it doesn't look like the Knicks are changing. This is what they're trying to adapt, and they're going to stick with it. We just got to give it time. It's got to start to get comfortable. Because the other thing, too, is let's not forget, guys, this 5-out way of playing and the style that the Knicks are trying to do, it's new. Like, it may not be new for somebody like Cat to just kind of acclimate himself, and maybe Mikal Bridges because they're coming from somewhere else. Maybe they can just throw themselves in it. But for Brunson, for Hart, you know what I mean? They weren't playing this way. Like OG, I don't know. He wasn't playing this way with the Knicks last year. They got to get used to this style of basketball, and the bench has to get used to it too, especially when you intertwine the two and mesh them. So got to give it some time. Let's put this back up here. Give me a second. All right. And so, guys, you know what's really cool? It hasn't happened yet, but this streaming platform that I'm using here, StreamYard, they are going to be switching right to something called scenes, right? And when you have scenes set up, it'll allow me to instantly hit a button and have I can have a bunch of stuff already locked up, like the background, whatever I want to switch to will already be together in one shot. So I don't have to press multiple buttons to get this to look what I can just press one button and it'll switch to whatever scenes I want. That may be a whole bunch of different things I have on one screen. I can't wait till they do that. They're working on it now and it should be ready soon. But when that happens, then that'll make it a lot easier for us content creators. We'll wait and see. Okay, so back to this. As you guys can see, once again, the Knicks wound up beating the Milwaukee Bucks 116-94. OG Anunoby played 32 minutes. I think that's a solid amount of time for a starter. I think that's good. That's not too much. I think that's okay. But he didn't shoot well, guys. He was 4 of 12 from the field, 33%. He was 1 of 8 from 3 for 12%. I mean, ugh. But he did shoot 5 of 6 from the free throw line, 83%. He had 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, and 14 points. I mean, not for nothing. What more do you want from OG Anunoby? For him to be running around and playing the type of defense that he's playing, to give you 6 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, and 2 blocks, I'm taking it every day of the week. So I'd love that. As we talked about before, Josh Hart had a really solid game. He played 33 minutes. Not even too crazy for Josh, because Josh, you see, he'd be up there in the minutes like 38, 39, 40, whatever. 33 minutes is pretty good. Right, yep. Exactly. 33 minutes is pretty good. Yep. Shout out to Tibbs, y'all. Gotta give the guy credit when it's due. He shot 4 of 5 from the field, which is nice. 80%, 1 of 1 from 3, 2 of 2 from the free throw line. He had 9 rebounds, 7 assists, and 11 points. So that's a really solid, strong game from Josh Hart. Then you had the man of the hour, Karl-Anthony Towns, guys, in 32 minutes. Not overplayed. 32 minutes, 12 of 20 from the field, 60%, 4 of 8 from 3, 50%, 4 of 5 from the line, 80%. He had 11 rebounds, 5 assists, and 32 points in 32 minutes, a point a minute. Nice. Very nice production. Yeah. Then you had Mikal Bridges, who also, he's trying to get himself comfortable again, guys. And I like the fact that he's fighting, right? Some people haven't been happy with Mikal's game as of late because they expect more, they want more. And I don't know how you can expect more and want more. And I'll get into that in a minute. But he played 36 minutes, so he played the most time of anybody. He was 7 of 18 for 38% from the field, which is not good. He was 3 of 11 from 3 for 27%, not good. And he didn't get to the free throw line. He had 3 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. Could he be, I don't know. Could he be a little bit more active? I don't know, maybe. But he's going to give you what is available. If other guys are getting it, if Josh Hart's grabbing the rebounds, if Karl-Anthony Towns is grabbing the rebounds, if OG's grabbing rebounds, it doesn't matter as long as we get the rebound. So I don't want to make a big deal about that. The assist, okay, and when it happens, but we finished with 35 assists as a team, so we got busy with assists. So he just added to it, but other guys were doing a great job. And then the steal and the block, he's always active. So he's going to give us what he can when the moment presents itself. Sometimes he doesn't have an opportunity to get a block or something like that. Or it's the steal, he just doesn't want to gamble as much. I'll take it for what it is. I'm more concerned about him getting more comfortable in the offense and just not forcing the issue and just, being there. Let me get through the rest of these and I want to come back to Mikal. Jalen Brunson, who has been struggling. 31 minutes. Look at that, guys. 31 minutes for quote unquote, your best player on the team, which now people want to question because Cat has come in here and showed you this level of efficiency. Now you want to say Cat is the number one. We're going to get into that too. 6 of 14 from the field, 42%. And this is a bad Jalen Brunson. Even in a bad game when he's not shooting well, he still shoots 42%. You guys get that shows you how good he is. 42% is not great. It's like 3 percentage points below the average is around 45 from the field. He's at 42, and this was a bad night for him. 0 of 5 from 3. He just couldn't knock it down from deep. 3 of 4 from the free throw line for 75%. He had 2 rebounds, but he had 9 assists. He was definitely looking for his teammates, trying to get other guys involved. And there was some other assist plays that didn't work out. The shots just didn't fall. So he could have had even more assists, but whatever, it is what it is. Once again, guys, you guys know, especially we know that, Josh has talked about it. Jalen has talked about it. These guys watch social media. They hear what we talk about as fans. They know when we're making a big deal that he might be shooting too much or not looking for his teammates. And more importantly, Jalen Brunson is aware. You guys know there was a play in that last game, not this game, the game against Atlanta, where Jalen Brunson was driving on the left-hand side. he was going into the lane, and Clint Capella stepped up to him. So he was basically getting double teamed. And if he turned his back for a split second, he had Karl-Anthony Towns wide open for three, and he missed him. He didn't even know he was wide open, or he didn't put two and two together to see, hey, I drew a double team. That's Cat's guy, so Cat must be open. He just didn't move quick enough in his decision making. I think that got to Jalen. I mean, I think, Josh obviously pointed it out. He saw it on the court. He was pointing, and I'm sure they talked about it. And I'm sure if he watched the game tape, he saw it. So he tried to get guys more involved, and he definitely tried to get Cat more involved. So shout out to him. Then we got Jericho Sims, who played 15 minutes, 1 of 2 from the field. That was it shooting wise. He had 5 rebounds, 1 assist, and 1 steal. So it's not like he wasn't doing anything out there. I think he was being active. I don't really have an issue with Jericho on defense. His activity level is getting better. It's the offense that really just sometimes, guys, we all played basketball at some point in our lives. Sometimes when you get a shot on the rim, a layup, a jump shot, whatever, it makes you get into the game. You get more pumped, and you even play better on defense. I just think he needs that thing to help his confidence. So then we go from him to another guy that I think played very well, Deuce McBride. He played 28 minutes, and you guys know Deuce put up a stinker the other day. He was on an offer, and that didn't sit right with Deuce, I'm sure, and it definitely was weird to see from us. He shot 5 of 11, 45%, which is nice from the field. 2 of 6 from 3, not the greatest. 2 of 2 from the free throw line. But he also had 5 rebounds, 2 assists, and 14 points. But solid basketball play when he was out there. And he played really good defense. He helped in the schematics of what they tried to do out there, and looked good doing it. Last but not least, you want to shout out Matt Ryan for hitting his first shot as a New York Knick. He did hit a 3. Shout out to him. He was 1 for 2. Welcome to the Knicks. But last but not least, Tyler Kolek, who played 16 minutes. That's good. It was nice to see him get some good minutes out there. 3 of 5 from the field for 60%. 2 of 4 from 3 for 50%. He wound up with 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 steal, 8 points in 16 minutes. So that was nice to see Tyler Kolek getting a little bit more minutes and getting comfortable. I'm going to tell you guys, the Knicks better not trade Tyler Kolek. I could already see Tyler Kolek. Right, he's got some game, bro.
100%. And I'm so glad that you hit on that point, and I'm so glad that you broke down the minutes and the numbers, because you're talking about a young man, rookie, right, with those numbers for 15 minutes to me are good numbers, especially for a rookie who hasn't got burned, right? Hasn't got much run this year. So you put him out there because of necessity, right? You don't have Cam, things are happening, and he does what he's supposed to do. Now, what really scares me is it's the same amount of minutes as somebody else you don't no longer want to talk about, and he produced the way he was supposed to produce. He played the way he was supposed to play, and this kid has potential to be a really good player. On this team, he has potential to be a really good backup, like a really good backup player. And I have a lot of thoughts and ideas, but this Kolek kid is special in a lot of ways, and I hope that we get to see that. But you compare the minutes to Sims minutes, and you gotta really start thinking about what is happening in real life.
Agreed. I agree with you on that. So let me switch this off the screen and get back into some other stuff real quick here. So Mikal Bridges, I think people, and it's not it's no knock on anybody. Sometimes, when the price tag is high, the expectations are higher. We gave up a lot to get Mikal Bridges, but one thing we can't forget is we knew we were going to give up a lot to get Mikal Bridges. We just didn't know how much. But everybody knew you're dealing with Brooklyn. They're in our backyard. They're not trying to give us anything to make us better. And this is a guy that we have wanted. There's no secret about it. So you're going to have to overpay to get him, right? But I think people kind of equate overpaying for somebody or what you have to give up to mean that this guy is going to be, like a superstar type player that can, like, look, I'm not gonna. I feel like I take away from Mikal when I talk about him because I know that there's other content creators and other people that feel that Mikal can do more, right? And I'm not saying he can't do more. I'm just, from what I've been watching of Mikal, I don't know how you can do more in this lineup. You know what I mean? Like when he was with Phoenix, he was a 15 point per game player, right? You had who you had over there, and you had a big man who could score. They didn't use him as much, but he could score. You had Booker over there, who was the number one option, and you had some complementary pieces that also could really do some things out there. So Mikal was not the number one option. He wasn't the number two option. He was maybe the number three option. Shoot to the Knicks. Mikal's not the number one. He's not the number two. He may be the number three. Shoot to the Nets. Mikal was the number one option with the Nets. He got the ball the most. He was facilitating, orchestrating the offense, and getting the most shot opportunities. Yeah, he's going to look like he's doing more and be able to put up 30-point games here and there. But that's a different setup. So I think what we're getting from Mikal is what we should expect from Mikal. You can't get more from him if he's not going to be used in the same way. He can't be used in the same way. We got Jalen Brunson here and Karl-Anthony Towns. There's no way they should be giving the ball more to Mikal than either of those two guys. So he has to fall in line with that. And if he falls in line with that, this is what you're going to get. Like, he's a rhythm shooter too. You want to get more out of Mikal and have him get a 30-point game, he's got to get the ball a lot. You got to keep feeding him. But who in their right mind is going to feed him over Cat, the way Cat's been playing? Who in their right mind, when Jalen Brunson's got it going, is going to think Jalen's going to just give it to Mikal instead of cooking dudes when he's cooking dudes? Like, it has to work. You know what I mean? It's got to make sense. So I don't understand how you could expect more from Mikal in that way. Now, if you want to say what I do think is correct, and people have pointed it out, the Knicks may not be using Mikal in the best way, right? Like, to me, he's a slasher who can get to the rim, backdoor cuts, different things, easy ways to score. And his mid-range is actually pretty solid, especially closer to the basket. He likes shooting off the dribble and falling away. And he actually loves that shot, apparently. And he knocks it down.
8-foot pull away, yep.
Yeah. So you got to give him more opportunities like that so he can put up easy baskets and help. Remember 2 years ago, you guys, we were talking about DeMar DeRozan for the Knicks. And the point of DeMar DeRozan was the fact that he can get you two. You know what I mean? When you're in a close game, playoffs and stuff, going back and forth with a team, and they're trying to take your best players out the game, and you just need a basket, DeMar DeRozan can get you two. I think Mikal Bridges could get you two. I don't think he's the best three-point shooter. I mean, he's better than I expect. But he can get you two, whether it be slashing to the rim or hitting a little mid-range close to the basket. So we just have to understand how to use him to that capacity. Don't expect Mikal to do more than between 15 and 20. 20 on a good night, maybe 20, a little above 20 on a good night. But 15 is where you should see him. 15 to 17, that's Mikal. Because you want Brunson to give you around 20. You want Karl-Anthony Towns to give you 20 or more. That's enough, man. You're going to get something from OG. You're going to get something from your bench. And if you get anything from Josh Hart, it's gravy. And we get Precious back, we get Campaign back. And eventually, when Knicks are really clicking, if we get everybody healthy and get Landry Shamet back, we're going to be cooking. We're going to be cooking. So I think people are getting a little crazy with the Mikal stuff. Mikal can't give you as much as you might think he would, because there's no way. There's no way. And I know that the Knicks fans who's saying this, if you feel like Mikal Bridges should get the ball more than Cat, raise your hand. I can't see you, and I know you don't have your hand raised. There's no way. There's no way. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he has to get the ball more. And the only reason why people even say you expect him to do more is because you saw what he did with Brooklyn. He wasn't doing that with Phoenix. He only did it with Brooklyn because Brooklyn had nobody else. Go ahead,
The funny
Jay.
thing is that he stopped doing that once, like Thomas and people were actually showing some skill. He wasn't doing that on a regular basis. Matter of fact, he was fading away. I think, in my opinion, because that's all this all is, really. It's all opinion, right? So, like, the truth, but there are facts, and the numbers are facts. So the reason why people are so hard on these two particular players, Bridges and or OG, is because we gave up so much to get Bridges. So we expect Bridges to do more than possibly Bridges could do.
Mm-hmm.
And that is because we gave up way too much for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then we paid a man who I really like, OG on the squad. And just because he got paid a lot of money, and just because Brunson, did the right thing so we could have more people on the team, he's not, the term "stay in your lane."
Mm-hmm.
Like, everybody has a lane. Now, I think what happens, and hopefully what will happen, is that Brunson will finally. I think Brunson is going through this whole Cat is here thing, and eventually he will find the Brunson we know. But as far as Bridges and OG, we have been hit that these are our wing defenders. These are wing, players, right? So we can't over expect something from somebody, just can't over expect something from somebody that has proven that they're not going to do that. It's not, and I really believe that comes from the fact that we gave up so much for him.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's fair. Shout out to Felicia Lee. Says, Ron, I'm not happy with his defense. Mikal hasn't been as good as advertised. That's a fair point. But the other part of it too is the Knicks have been in a peculiar situation with trying to figure out how to play defense when we are lacking that interior presence. What has happened is guys are overcompensating, right, for what we're not getting in the paint, and they're trying to cheat and they're trying to help. And because of that, their defense is getting stretched thin. These guys are both very good defenders. I mean, when I'm saying these guys both, I'm talking about OG and Mikal. Obviously, OG's better than Mikal. But the reason why I'm bringing both of them up is because of the way that they've been playing on defense, they've had to gamble. And I was just taking a quick look at the defensive win shares, right? And for definition, for people who are not familiar, defensive win shares in basketball is a measure of a player's defensive contribution to a team, right? Based on their defensive rating and whatever other factors. But it's basically how you play your one-on-one defense and how that the opponent does against you. It's what it is. And if you look at the current defensive win shares, the top 50 players in the NBA right now, Mikal Bridges is not in the top 50. OG Anunoby is not in the top 50. And we know OG Anunoby is a top 50 defender. We know he's a top 10 defender, to be honest. We know that. But he's not showing up in the win shares because he's been asked to do so much. He's running around. He can't really stay home on his men. Sometimes OG's men is the one lighting us up because OG's not taking him and playing that man the way he should be. Instead, he's trying to run around and roam and help other people. And he's getting in situations where he's getting cooked because of it. He can't stay home. So that's a problem that the Knicks have to figure out. They've got to clear that up.
Yeah, and it's early. Listen, it's early. But soon that's not going to mean an excuse at all, right? Him being early is only a time thing, right? So soon that won't be able to be an excuse, and once that the time has passed, let's say 20 games, whatever, 25 games, now what? We're going to have a real discussion regarding rotation, real discussion regarding, how many Chiefs are on a team compared to how many Indians are there. You assembled a team where like for instance last year OG knew where he played. He played exactly the way he was supposed to play and how he was supposed to play. Hart knew exactly how he was supposed to play, so much so that he it was publicly known that he wanted to stay in the second unit. Like he knew where he fit in. So now we have we added Bridges and a Cat, and I feel like you're looking at five people, and Brunson I think is really the one feeling all of this the most. You're looking at five people that are capable. They're all capable to score. Right on any given play, they're all capable to score. But I think that that three of them in Bridges, OG, and whoever, let's say Harden this place, right, are looking to defer way more to the quote unquote superstars. And again, this goes back. If you have the ball and it's 5 seconds left, you don't need to defer. Flash, cut, dunk, go back. And some reason that's not happening, and I think that's because there's way too many new personalities and new players. And the fact is that Cat, as good as he's playing here, created a new and it's not his fault at all. It just created a new issue for the rest of the people who are playing on the court with him. Because now it's not, all right, Brunson's going to run the show. Let's shoot out. There's Dante, there's Hart, there's people out here. All right, OG slashing. We could hit OG now. Let's say it was just Bridges and Cat wasn't here, whatever it might be. Randle's down low. Boom, let's do that. That's where Cat should be down low. Let's hit him. Boom, back out. Boom. That's not happening because too much deference and too much. Wait. Am I shooting too much? Because I know that Brunson should shoot more. He's not getting what he should be getting. And Cat's on fire right now. So maybe I shouldn't shoot this. And it just looks discombobulated. And we're all witnessing that.
Right.
And they got to figure that out. And that leads to my opinion is that Bridges, like, to mix things up, and I don't know how anybody else feels about this, but I think that one of the two need to play in the second unit. and that might be Bridges, due to size. You want to get somebody going, let them be the lone range, like one of the lone rangers on the court, like the scorer of on the court. Because if he's with other people, he's not doing it.
Oddly enough, that may be something that Tibbs has to consider. Maybe not now, but in the future, because I know now it'll be hard for him to make that switch, and it might be a little bit of a ego, jolt to Mikal. But there might be something to it. He might have to look into it, but it depends. Like, we need more. We need a bigger snapshot of how they play against these teams. That way you can kind of pick apart, like, how this would work. Because if you took Bridges out of the starting lineup right now and put in, like, say, for example, Deuce, do I think the Knicks would play better? Maybe. Deuce already knows how to kind of move in that circle with the other guys. Maybe he fits better on that end of it. I don't know. But the flip side is, it's a trade-off, right? Because one of the things about Mikal is the fact that he's got good height. And so when we match up against a lot of these teams that have taller players these days, we can match up with them better. And Deuce can still run into an issue where guys are shooting over him. So that's that thing. But we'll see. I mean, it's definitely not something that can't happen. It definitely could happen, because remember, this is not hey, we got a good team, we're trying to be better. But we're a championship contending team now. So whatever role anybody has to play to help us is what they should be willing to do for the bottom line. And if you love winning and you really want to win, you'll do whatever it takes. So we'll 100%. See. Shout out to Felicia Lee, says, Ron, his defense has been questionable. Put his offense aside. His 3-point from corner is inconsistent. Right. And you know what? I'm glad you said that, Felicia, because that tells me that we'll be fine, because that's the one thing I'm not worried about with Mikal Bridges. Mikal Bridges has been the best in the NBA, I think, the past 2 or 3 seasons, maybe it's 2 seasons, at shooting from the corner 3, like the best in the NBA. So if he's inconsistent right now, I wouldn't be worried about it. I'm like, just got to give it some time. Things got to settle down. People got to get comfortable in their roles, and he'll fit the process the way he needs to. Because if it's not like he was the best on his team, or, best in he was the best in the NBA out of everybody. So that says a lot. So I'm not that worried about it. So that's good that you brought that up, because that's true. And I feel like that's something that will get fixed. It'll get right. So we'll see. Let me see here.
Ring the alarm.
Oh, we got one of them. What do you call them? Super chats from Mr. Paris Duggan. Thank you, Paris. Appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. He says, Sims don't have to shoot to be a plus in his minutes. He was a +7 at Atlanta. His ability on the perimeter to switch, rebound, and set screens as a connector wins games. That is the fair point. That is true. Jericho Sims sets the best screens on the team. I don't know if everybody knows that, but he does. He sets the best screens on a team. He's got wide body, he's got big arms, and he doesn't move. He stays still when he's setting these screens. So he's probably one of the best, if not the best, screen setters on the team right now, at least. He has great footwork. He moves his feet probably just as good as any big man on the team. I mean, outside of Cat, because Cat can move. But I don't know about on defense so much. But on offense, he definitely moves. Rebounds, that's a little iffy, but he helps with that. He can do more, but he does a decent job. He boxes out his guys for the most part, so he uses his body well on that. It's just the other things that we question. But there is a reason why Tibbs continues to use him, because he does have a big body, and he does know what Tibbs wants from him. And I think Tibbs has seen enough from him to say that he has done some stuff that he likes. So we'll see going forward. Is there anything else I was going to say about Sims? I think that's pretty much it.
Sims and Bridges.
No, Bridges is I think I've said enough about Bridges. I just think he just, you can't expect him to do what he was doing in Brooklyn, in New York, because it was a different situation. He was the number one option for a lot of his time. And even if he became the number two, he was still getting a lot of touches. He's not getting that same level of touches with the Knicks, that same level of continuity, the fluidity of getting your number called and knowing that, hey, I missed like 4 shots, but hey, I'm gonna get the ball another 5, 6, 7, 8 times. No big deal. Like, you don't know that. Not with this Knicks team. We're gonna go where we gotta go. And if they're, say, the defense, even if he was hot, if he hit his first 3, 4 shots and the defense is now catering towards Mikal, the Knicks going to try to move the ball to somebody else to see who else we can get. Because if they're catering, that means somebody else has a nice window to score some easy baskets.
Or at least they should.
You would hope. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean,
and
that's how you move.
Listen, I like Bridges. I mean, I really am not a super fan of the trade. I think that there was some other players that could have, but he was brought in for certain reasons. I do believe 1,000% our starting 5, and this is notwithstanding my comment of putting, switching, but this really depends on time. Really on what we see going forward. Our starting 5 is capable of being if not the best, then definitely a top 3 in the league. If you just take a look at it. But the problem is something that the young lady just shared is, the defense in general has taken a major hit. Our defense in general has taken a major hit. And one of the things that has been advertised is that our wing defense should be superior. But let's see what happens. I think that it's at this point, a tiring thing, because we could only go on what we've seen so far, and hopefully they gel. I do believe that one comment about gelling is very important. And the thing that you said about the Heatles, let me tell you something. Yes, my Precious is coming back, and yes, Mitch is coming back, but he's coming back with I don't want to knock him, but he's been hurt way too many times, and we'll see what happens. The Precious is way closer, but you take a look at somebody like Bosch, right? When Bosch joined that team, before he joined that team, he was on Toronto. He was putting up 35 points a night. He was in the top, 35 shots a night. He was in the top 10 of scoring. Of course you are, if you're the only person shooting the ball on a team. So that is your point towards Bridges in Brooklyn and whatever it might be. And then he had to learn how to only get 12 points, because he knew that, James and Wade were going to score those points. Even Ray Allen was going to score more points, maybe. So, people are going to have to find their lane. They're really going to have to find their lane. And I believe they will.
I think you're right. I think it's just a matter of time, guys. Matter of time. I'm very confident in the team. I'm very happy with what I've seen so far. And I just can't wait. I can't wait till we put it all together, and then people will calm down, and then of course we'll start, puffing out our chest and going crazy. But it is what it is. It's coming though. It's going to happen.
Man.
It's
the
going to
sky
happen.
Is falling is not a good way to look at anything, ever. Gotta put
Agreed.
things put things together and just whatever it is.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think we'll be fine. It's just a matter of time. So, the other thing that was good about last night's game, like I said, once again, it's a different setup. We're playing Milwaukee. Knicks got back to rebounding. I think we won the rebounding battle. What was it, 48-41? So when you win the rebounding battle, right? 48-41. You win the assist battle 35-20. And you keep your turnovers to less than 10. We had 7 turnovers. You have a very good chance to win a basketball game. And that's what took place. And not to mention the shooting. Like, we didn't shoot that great from 3 last night. We shot 30% as a team, but we shot 47% from the field and 84% from the free throw line. Like, this Knicks team has changed automatically, guys. We saw, like, the Knicks team, our team as a team would stay around 76-77% from the free throw line last year and the years prior, even less maybe. We're at 84% as a team right now. Now for the year, I think we're at 80%. This is a change in the way this team operates and moves and the type of shooters we have here now. So this is all beneficial. It's all good. Like, we talk about the bad, the negative, but there's a lot of positive to this team too, as they continue to figure it out. You know, there's just one of them things where the team is a lot more efficient as a unit, but we just need to be better on the floor of how we orchestrate, you know, how we run our plays. Once we get that, sky's the limit. Shout out to John Mark in the building. What's good? Hope you're doing well. John, good to see you as well. Look at my guy, Knicks Real Talk in the building. What up, Devon? Appreciate you, my brother. Good to see you. He says, salute, Ron, JC, salute, Devon. Chat. Hit that like, don't cost nothing. Facts. Appreciate you, bro. Yes, sir. What else we got here? Hold on. You know what that means. Parrish Doug in the building once again. Thank you for the generous super chat. He said, Huck Porty. But do y'all know he hasn't ever scored? I mean, listen, it's tough to score when you, first off, if we're just looking at what we've seen so far, Huck Porty's been in there in some really interesting situations, right? That Cleveland was bad. That was a bad spot for him to be thrown in to only get a little bit of time because he didn't look that great, but you didn't give him a chance to kind of fix how he looked. He didn't have enough time. He was only in there a couple minutes. Okay, it's fine. Then he's been in there in garbage time. Now, the difference in this garbage time as opposed to, you know, garbage time we've seen with the Summer League squad. In the Summer League, he was playing with Kolek, and Kolek was looking for him, and they were spacing the floor to get him the ball so he could kind of do his thing, and Kolek could kind of manipulate. Last night, for example, Kolek tried to give him one of the same passes he gave him in the Summer League, but the paint was congested. He got the ball. He could barely take a step. So when you put a big man in that situation, let me tell you something. The end result ain't going to look good. I didn't even know what he was going to do once he got the ball, and I saw that, but I knew it wasn't going to be good because I'm like, he got no space to do anything. Now, in fairness, that is actually on Kolek, right? Because you got to, if you're going to give your big man the ball, your big man is not supposed to be putting the ball on the floor and being the Karl-Anthony Towns type player of the league. They're supposed to be in a situation where they get the ball and they just make a move if they're in the paint. And it's about the point guard or whoever's feeding them the ball to put them in that spot. In that particular instance, Kolek gave him a pass that put him in a bad spot. So it is what it is. And that was probably, I think, the only, if I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong, that might have been the only shot attempt he got. Because I was looking to see if they would give Kolek the ball. I know they were trying to get the ball to Matt Ryan so that he could get his first points as a Knick, which they did. Huck Port, yeah, that was Huck Porty's only shot attempt. He played 3 minutes. He only got the ball once. So, I mean, listen, and there's been a lot of that going around. He hasn't had a lot of opportunity to do anything with the ball. And when he did, what they do, they took it away. They called an offensive foul on him. He was going to shake the building on him.
He did shake the building.
He did shake the building, actually, yeah.
But because we're in a soft, fragile ass part of my lane, the family show, fragile time.
Right.
You know, he didn't get that, but he yammed the hell out of that, and I believe that he has a lot more of that in his thing. I really do.
Right.
So
shout out to
minutes.
No, he does. And that's what I'm just saying. I just want to give him a shot to look. Let's see what he can do. I mean, he's not Sims. He has confidence, but he still needs his confidence to be built up. Like, you know, he's got to, Hey, we give him the ball because now he's playing with the big club. We saw what he did in the summer league, but this is the big club. Give him a shot to get busy out there and do some of his moves and get some rebounds and feel. Listen, if that dunk had have went through and they didn't call the offensive foul, you know how much that would have done to help this man's confidence? Like, it would have been crazy. Shout out to Kareem Grant, my brother. He said, Ron, do you think Precious is our best choice at center? No, I think it's Mitch. But I mean, if you mean like, you know, once he comes back, yes. Precious, I think, because of the way the Knicks are playing with Karl-Anthony Towns, Precious gives us the best chance to really get busy out there because Precious understands how this Knicks team moves on defense. Precious is a solid player. He may not be the greatest defender, but he's a really good defender for his position. The only time Precious gets into a little bit of trouble is when he has to go up against bigger, stronger centers than him. He kind of gets himself in jams. But as far as when he goes up against these light centers that don't have a lot of body and don't put all that pressure on you, he can hang with them dudes. You know, sometimes they're going to get him because of their height and maybe they have some athletic ability to jump over him, but he knows how to play these guys. He can do some things against them. And better yet, he gives the Knicks defense a little bit more breathing room so that, you know, OG and Mikal don't have to always cheat to help out. They can be like, okay, I know Precious can body the guy up and at least keep the guy in front of him. You know what I mean? That helps. You'd be surprised how a little thing like that helps the defense a lot.
100%. And
I love to keep talking about Mitch, but I can't. Right. Let me see.
Yeah, and what you just said while I was saying that we can't. Mitch is not available. I mean, it's just Parrish. I read them, bro. I know you kind of like, you know, you jump in the gun and you know I read them already, but you got to understand, I'm going to read the super chats when they pop up. I'm going to show love to everybody. But if I'm in the middle of the conversation and I'm like, yeah, man, so I think the Jalen Brunson, whoa, we got a super chat. The sky is blue. I'm not doing that. I'm going to stay with what I'm talking about. And then I'm going to ease your super chat in there when I can. Because the one thing that we as content creators have to be mindful of is we got to show love to the people that support the show, that contribute to the show. We appreciate you guys. But you can't change what the show is supposed to be or change the fluidity of the show, because then it's not cohesive. And then you're like, man, Ron is all over the place today. You know, he was just talking about Brunson. Somebody hit his super chat. He's talking about pizza. I don't know what happened. I was like, man, I love pepperoni like the next man. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying you're doing that, Paris. I'm just, you know, I'm exaggerating for effect. But you know what I'm saying? I gotta ease the super chat into the conversation as best I can so that we can flow properly. And I'm trying to do it as soon as I can so that it stays on topic. So because I know your super chats are pointing towards something that we're already talking about. I don't think I made you wait that long. So I got you. I see you. And remember, this is StreamYard. So I see your super chat and it's starred for me. So it goes into a separate box. I can't miss it. This is not VMix on Mondays. I think we've already talked about that. I don't want to exhaust the conversation. On Mondays, I have to do a little extra to see your super chats. This is not Mondays. So let's move on. We surveyed 100 people in the building. He says, and salute to you, or they say, I never know who we surveyed 100 people is. So, you know, Mitch is the missing link. We better not trade him. I mean, right now we can't. Look, if you look, see, this is, hey, remember this, guys? Remember a conversation I had with y'all a while ago, and I said, man, I think the Knicks want to see what they got before making a trade or making a move so they could understand what type of player they need to add to the team. Remember that conversation? This is what that conversation looks like, because everybody already automatically is like, Mitch got to go. And I'm with you that Mitch doesn't play. And I'm like, at some point, like how are you going to keep dealing with a guy who's never out there? Shout out to Mitch. Appreciate you, but you know who you are. Yeah. But that being said, when you look at this team and what they have now and what they're missing, Mitch fits perfectly for this team right now.
When you think about it, you don't need the scoring center now. You got Cat. Cat gives you all of that. What you need is Mitch to be a defensive presence, and you know he is. You need is Mitch to be a rebounding demon on the offensive boards and defensive boards as, we go forward. And you know he can do that. So he fits perfectly with what the Knicks need. We need a healthy Mitch. And that's why, like I said, the Knicks have to play, and we have to see what style of play they're playing to understand what they need, whether they need a guy who can shoot it, from the center position, or do they need a bruiser who can rebound and play defense? You see how strong and how much of a monster offensively Karl-Anthony Towns is. You don't really need that from Mitch, or you don't need it from someone else. But what we do need is a rim protector who can rebound, and that is Mitch all the way. So right now, the Knicks have some choices to make, whether or not they hold on to him or they decide to trade him at the trade deadline, or even sooner. But I could see him being here.
Man. Listen, I agree with you 100%. I think a biggest problem, and I think at one point, right, and it was said and it was reported that Cat at center is the most, I forgot how they put it. It was the most scored upon center, or he was the lowest in ratio on protecting the rim. And I think that is not just a hit on him. That's a hit on crashing the boards. Not just him. And having another player that is crashing the boards. Now we have Hart that crashes the boards, but that also leaves a guard open. So we do need a big man who's going to be willing to crash boards and step in front of the people who are, getting in there and dunking and in the paint on a regular basis. And hopefully somebody like Precious could do that. But I really don't know what, and I don't think, if you could sit here and anybody could sit here and tell me that we're going to get a Mitch that was like who Mitch was, no one could tell us that. There's nobody who can tell us that. Mitch is coming off of really bad injury. Both ankles, legs are like pencils, and we need some, we need some toughness. And you know what? I hate to look back because it makes me sad, but that is the type of stuff that old Mitch, Hart, Randle, those type of people were the bruisers and the toughness of the team, which allowed Brunson to get off with his 30-plus points. And then you had people like Hart with 10, and Mitch with 10, and Hart with 10, and then there's your 30 rebounders with 3 people. So, this is a completely different team. We have, to me, in my opinion, especially since we're not playing defense, we've turned more into a D'Antoni team, and we better learn what we did last year, figure that out.
I mean, you know what? I can't say anything to that. I mean, it's very true. Very true. Very true.
Ron, I hate to say this stuff. I hate to say this stuff.
No, I mean, listen, it is what it is, man. We gotta deal with it. Facts is facts. This is where we're at. I hear you, Parrish. My fault, brother. But it's just that technically you sent one. There was 7 minutes apart, but you know how much talking I can do within 7 minutes. A lot can happen, bro. So, but I hear you. Once again, always appreciate the support and the love. And I hear you. But so, and I agree. And that's the reason. But I know that's not your bag, Parrish. So I don't want you to feel like you have to do that. But I always say, Parrish, I don't mind you, clicking on that link and coming up here and talking a little bit. I know you always have a lot to say. You do it in the chat. Maybe you don't like to do it, on panels, but it's so much easier. I personally don't like typing as much. And I figure sometimes I try to get a lot of stuff out quickly and I make mistakes when I'm typing because I'm trying to type quick, especially off of phones. It's not my cup of tea. So that's why being able to talk on a panel or whatever, or have a show is fantastic for me. Oh man. Thank you. We surveyed 100 people for the generous super chat. He says the sky is blue. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Needed that.
Oh man. Whoa, new Lord. What is this? Start Matt Ryan and bench Josh Hart. What are we doing here?
That's gotta be a Saturday Night Live type skit.
Calm down. He says he wants more 3-point shooting in the lineup. I hear, but I mean, the only thing is, new Lord, this is why statistics and stats are interesting. Do you realize, now I don't know where we are now, maybe I'll look, but do you realize that up until the game against Atlanta, we were number 1 in 3-point shooting in the NBA as a team? Like, how much better you want us to be? I didn't even know we were that good. I mean, we've been shooting it well, but we were number 1 in the NBA before the Atlanta game. After the Atlanta game, I think it might have changed. But imagine that. The Knicks, number 1 in 3-point shooting as a team? Weird. It's wild stuff.
Right.
First off,
Cleveland as good as they really are. I mean, look, you gotta. I mean, everything is relative. Really, you gotta really think.
I see you, Nev.
Are they going undefeated in Cleveland? Like, people, gotta be serious about this thing.
Yeah. I don't know. I
mean, I wouldn't mind making our bench stronger, and that was my point with Bridges. Right. My point with Bridges is, let's say you get somebody back, right? Like, let's say you use Huckaporty more and you use Precious when he comes back. Obviously, Precious you're going to use. But then you put somebody like, McBride. Maybe you use Deuce instead of Hart. So you have more rebounding in the second unit and more shooting in the first. But you were right about what you said about the 3-point shooting. So, look, man, the sky is blue.
Yeah. No, it is. All right, so I got a couple people backstage. Man, you just made me realize my limitations here. I got to work on this. So I'm good to go. Let me bring in Nev up here. Look at that.
Yo.
What up, Nev? Appreciate you, my brother. Good to see you. Yeah, it's been a minute, man.
Yeah, been a while.
Good to see you. So I got my 3-man rotation here. Look at this. It works fine. Man, I can even do a 4-man rotation. Boom. Look at that. Now I got D-Rex in the building. Look at that. Boom. But I don't have a 5-man rotation. I don't have it. StreamYard only gives you so many of these presets that you can make on your own. There's some customs that you got, and then there's others that you can't change. So wait, hold on.
You used to be able to have more people.
No, I can. No. It's not that. I can have more people. I just can't have it look the way I want it to look. So, all right, but hold on. Let me get my guy in here because this is his first time in the building, I believe. So let me bring him up here too, and let me go back to the regular old StreamYard look. Oh wow! Now we got 6 in the. Oh, let's go, baby! So I definitely can't use. I can't do 6 of these. It's too many. Hold on. Let me switch back to the regularly scheduled programming here. Hold on. Boom.
There we go. Y'all can hear me, right?
Yes, sir. Hey,
Yep.
what's going on? Hold on. We got a lot of people in the building now. Shout out to my guy Sha Powers in the building. What up, Sha? Appreciate you.
What's going on, Chad? Just a quick check-in. I'm on the road, motivating. I heard y'all talking this great stuff on here, so I just wanted to come on for a quick second.
I appreciate you, man. Good to see you.
You already.
And then we also got Juan Rivera in the building on the panel for the first time. What up, Juan?
What's good? Long time Knicks fan, 30 years long, man.
Dope. Good to see y'all, man. I'm really excited to have y'all chopping it up and jumping on and to get your takes out. Let me do this. Now, I wouldn't normally go in the order of the way you guys came in, but I want to be respectful of how it's situated. So let me get to Sha real quick because he's in the vehicle. You know, not only for wherever he's going, he don't have a lot of time, but you know how it is in the vehicle, you know, sporadic. So Sha, what's your thoughts on everything we've talked about so far and how you feeling, bro?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I just want the Knicks fans to be a little bit more optimistic. Right now, we're suffering from our defense. There's nothing to say about our offense. We're going to, and I said this earlier, we're going to probably average around 117 points. But right now, our field goal percentage is about 50%. Our three-point percentage is about 30%. And we're shooting about 80% from the free throw line, you know, collectively as a team. The one thing that we're lacking, which played a little better in the game that we had against Milwaukee last night, is our defense. And that's going to take a little bit of time because all these guys that we have here are basically new players. This is like a brand new team, especially for Jalen Brunson. This is not Julius Randle and RJ Barrett and IQ. This is a whole different team than it was starting from last year. So with that being said, I'm more optimistic. I believe that all these statistics that are out for the offense is going to be just about where it's going to be. The biggest thing is we have to build up from our defense. I think right now we're ranking around 15th, 16th, 17th in defense. And I believe before the end of this month, we should be at least until somewhere in that top 10 range. For me, I think we both need to be in top 10 in offense and in defense. I think that'll happen, especially once we get a Precious back and see what Matt Ryan got and, you know, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. No, I mean, I think I'm with you on that, man. I don't think there's no need to panic. We all right. We in good shape. I think we're gonna be okay. Let me see where we're at here. Okay, and just so you guys have a heads up and understand where we're at, the Knicks. I mean, this is just wild. The Knicks are currently 3rd in the NBA in 3-point shooting. I mean, I think, you know, it may look like something when you're watching the game, but in the end, you realize the Knicks is shooting. I mean, we are 1 percentage point behind second for the whole NBA in 3-point shooting. So I don't know necessarily if we need more of it. I think we're good with it. I just think that all that really matters here is the Knicks need to start playing better defense as a whole against all of our opponents. We get back to playing good, solid defense and figure out how we can disguise Cat. You know, it is what it is. Karl-Anthony Towns. Yeah, I said it. I'm sorry. As much as I'm in a love fest with him offensively, I got to look at defensively. I saw something on, did I save it? I didn't save it. I saw something on X that said, you know, he's like, he's been in the league. Yeah, yes, he has been atrocious at the rim. So I'm just throwing that out there.
He was last. He was last in as far as centers go as protecting the rim. That was
it's tough. It's tough. All right, so I'm sure we're gonna get back into that because I know D-Rex has some stuff to say. But let me get over to my guy Nev, a member of the SKF Army, longtime member, been around, but he's been busy. We see him in and out, but when we see him, we gotta be like, oh man, Nev is here. What up, Nev?
Yeah, man. Thanks, Rod. So number one, I got some stuff to say.
Mm-hmm.
Our team, this I don't believe, and I have never seen it since I've watched basketball. Any team win anything in November, December, January, all the way. It's somewhere in June. So you're not
Mm-hmm.
going to win anything playing 6, 7 guys in November. That's not. And there's actually a recipe to winning the championship. Yeah, yeah. We don't realize that, but good coaches that win championship use that recipe. That means early on you're supposed to develop your team. You take the opportunities, especially if you have injuries, to develop other players. Not that they cannot play, or not that they belong in the G League, like Sherwin said earlier in one of his comments. It's only the fact that you need those players at any given time. You might need those players later down the road. So you have to take this opportunity to give them some time, trust them, and see if they can help you. They might not help you. Your record might still be the same, but they're getting some kind of experience just in case you need them later. You don't have to go through the same process. That's what good coaches do. They take the opportunity to see what this player can do, or maybe I can give this player some confidence. So later, if I have to rely on him, I can trust that he can come in and give me some quality minutes. This is not happening here. Yeah, again, there is a formula to winning a championship, and it doesn't look like this is the formula, because this coach been at it for 40 years now, or something like that. I don't know how long he been in the league. About 40.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't won a championship using his formula. Coach Tips reminds me of somebody in a company, a manager in a company. He does a lot of things right, but he refuses to use the company's template. And every time he uses his template, there is a built-in flaw in his template. Yeah. And every time, so management has to come to him and say, hey, there was an error in this formula. This formula wasn't right. You did almost everything right, but this thing turned out there's a flaw here. Because again, you did not use the template for winning a title. There is a template for winning a title. We don't think of it in that way, but there is, And so you cannot play desperate in November. There's absolutely no reason to play out of desperation, where you refuse to use kids that have no experience. That's why they're there. That's why these games are these games are basically meaningless. In the big scheme of it, they're meaningless because it's more practice game to see where you can be. You're trying to project where you want to be in the future. So you don't want to overstress these things. Yeah, you might want to have the best record, but you're in the position where some of your best backups are not able to play. So take advantage of that. Get some other players, give them the minutes. Not that they're not going to go in the G League, not that Hakpodi will not end up in the G League, or even Pakombadi or Kolek. But right now, you need more players. And
Mm-hmm.
another thing we're not watching, and when McBride went 0 for 9, we all say, oh, it's just a fluke game or this or that. But McBride, if you look at McBride, he's actually playing on one leg. There's a thing on one of his legs. I don't know if it's the left or the right, but I realize if you watch him well, he barely can move that leg. So he's playing on one leg. So attrition is already happening, and we're only in game 6. That should not be the case.
Did say that he
When
hurt
we
his
play
ankle.
these guys,
Damn.
especially the reason it should not be the case because we had preseason. Preseason is only 5 games. You're not going to play your players heavy minutes in preseason. So they're really not getting into basketball shape where they can play 40 minutes right out of the gate. So you have to take this thing into consideration.
I mean,
You
that's
have to
listen,
really play
that's
your players heavy minutes.
Makes sense to me. Yeah.
that's fair. That's fair. I can't argue with you on that, Nev. But I'm saying is we have to kind of like temper our thoughts with regards to it because it's still early. But I will say that I am admitting to the fact that if I see 5 more games of it, I might start questioning, like, okay, maybe you're right. It's okay. It's the beginning of the season. Guys are fresh. They haven't played a lot of basketball. But when you get to that, mark where you played like around 15 games, now you've done a little something, I mean, so I will say that might start to take its toll, but I'm not there yet, but I see where it's going. So that's why I acknowledge it. I'm giving them a little bit more time. And I will say that, it was good to see, even though it was extensive garbage time. We know that too, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. And realistically, 2, 4, 6, 8. We're still at that 8-man mark. It is what it is. This is a Tibbs team. Like I don't know. It is what it is. But I'm with you. I'm with you on that. Let me get around so we can get some other people involved while we have everybody. But before I do that, I just want to give a quick shout out to a couple people. Shout out to Sherwin in the building. Appreciate you. Shout out to D-Ras in the building. What up, D-Ras? Also, shout out to Craig in the building. What up, Craig? And I want to give a quick shout out to my guy, Wiz BKLA. Salute to you, Wiz. Appreciate you guys. If there's anybody I missed out there, apologize. Not for lack of trying. It's just, there's a lot going on. But love to you all as always. Please smash that like button. Hit the subscribe if you're not already subscribed. And, continue to enjoy the show, man. We're on the road. Knicks are getting better. It's a process. We'll be there, guys. We're going to get through it. D-Rex.
So,
your thoughts, brother. I know you've been saying a lot in the chat. I couldn't read everything, but you can surmise what's on your mind.
I'm feeling good, but I also don't want to be overconfident. I feel like the Bucks might end up being the worst team in the East this year. Like, they're definitely not strong. They're old. They're really old, and they're not very athletic. And I feel like the common thread for me between Houston and Atlanta was that I don't know, they were just stronger. They were just more athletic. I feel like athleticism is becoming like more and more important in the league. And I don't feel like when you have like a Steven Adams, who's like a freak according to everyone who's played against him in his strength, like Mikal Bridges is not going to stop him. OG's not going to stop him. If you just send like big, huge, strong people at Pat and JB, I don't really see like a counterplay for that. And if that's like as simple as a strategy to beating us, it's not good, So I just, to be brief and succinct, like I'm happy to beat the Bucks. We shouldn't be overconfident. The East looks not so good this year, and we definitely need an answer for like a very physical team that just throws huge, strong people at JB and CAX. I don't see we have an answer for that right now.
That's true. We are still struggling to figure out those tough. Big man based teams that rebound the ball back, well. We're not the team. We're not the team we were before. It is what it is, guys. We are missing iHeart. I mean, listen, even outside of iHeart, we missing Mitch, man. I mean, Mitch is still on this team. We missing Mitch, but I definitely miss iHeart. That's not a lie, bro. Speaking of that, Juan, appreciate you once again for being here. What's your thoughts on everything you've heard so far?
Thanks for having me up, bro.
Yeah, man, pleasure.
Yeah. I mean, normally, I've had a lot of negative to say because the Knicks have been just, clown franchise for a good period of time. But ever since Leon Rose has been in the front office. There's a lot of good things that happen. And every time I question the trade, like, why are you getting OG? He works out. Why are you getting this guy? He seems to work out. So now I'm just being a little more patient. I mean, obviously, the glaring flaw is the center right now, the defensive side. So I would love to see, Hawk Porty have a chance. He looks good for a rookie. I mean, he's probably because he's older and played, has experience in some type of pros, I believe, in the Euro League, or was
Mhm.
he
Australia.
he was-
Germany.
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay. Yeah. Well, he has
was
six
drafted
pro
in
experience.
Germany and then went to Australia. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay. So he does have pro experience. So just the only thing I don't like about Tibbs is the stubbornness to not experiment and see, other players. So that's what drives me nuts. And I would also like to see, because JB can make shots, from catch and shoot sometimes. So I would love to see him come off ball sometimes. And I don't know how good, because I'm just really I'm not able to. I'm in South Carolina, so I'm not able to watch Knicks games like I want to.
Oh,
So
okay.
I don't know how good. I gotta watch clips. So I know Josh Hart can like push the ball down the court. I don't know how well they're translating the half court. Can he handle the ball well enough? Because if he can do that, because like his transition offense is like great. So if he could do that, maybe like have him run some sets. I don't know how good he would be doing that, and give like JB, some rest time off the ball, and have him come off ball sometimes, and him shooting. Like I would like to see that too.
Mm.
Give
No,
him
that's a
some
good,
rest.
good point. That's a good point. And someone was pointing it out. I don't know where it was. I saw it somewhere. That the Knicks looked kind of interesting with the offense when Josh Hart was bringing the ball up the court. Like we kind of got into our sets differently, and it moved kind of well out there. Now, the only problem I have with that, it's not that I think it does work and I'm cool with it. It's just that the only thing is like, with great power comes great now. But anyway, I'm just joking. But
Responsibility.
Gladiator.
Josh can kind of fall a little bit into the whole
Just to give the defense different looks, and like
no, and I think it makes sense.
JP a little bit of break. If you could just do that little bit, it would just like throw the
I think they
defense off.
should do it. I think they should do it, bro. But I want them to be mindful of it too, because if you do it, you got to understand that, we've seen it. Whereas a guy like, Julius Randle can do the same thing. But we know when you give Julius Randle too many of those opportunities to bring the ball up and have the offense run to him, he gets a little crazy, starts throwing Michael Vick passes, and it gets a little wild. So, yeah, stuff like that.
Reason he got traded too is just, I don't know.
He's a ball hog, also. Yeah.
He was a bit of a hog.
So stuff like that is a little bit of a concern. So, but I like Josh.
I don't see Hart doing that. I don't see Hart being a hog or.
No. It's not a hog. It's not a hog thing.
You just don't want to see him making bad plays. I see what you're saying.
No, and he has done that, because sometimes he gets a little, when he starts going with transition, he starts doing a little bit too much. He'll start throwing the ball over the place. He has a problem. Josh Hart's biggest problem is the thing that Julius used to do, like in his second year here. He likes to jump up in the air and then be stuck, and then you got to who you going to throw the ball to? Like he does that sometimes.
Yep.
So, but other than that, I like it. I think the Knicks should do that. They should think to do more of that, especially now with the way this team is being, put together. I think that makes a lot of sense for them to consider.
There's somebody that we have. Do you think like I agree with the Hawk Porty point, or is there like? Because he seemed to like bring energy. We need an energy guy off the bench too. Hawk Porty might seem like that kind of a guy. Or if we can get a guy who has like a defensive and energy burst type of dude, maybe even Achua. Achua seemed to like have more biting him lately too. I don't know.
Very athletic.
Yeah, Achua has been proven a lot. Like what I saw from the preseason is very encouraging. But if those guys they can't fill the role, is there somebody like defensively that we could get to fill that hole that Cat is,
Yeah, I mean, I think that, honestly, I think we're kind of stuck right now, guys. I think there's not a lot that the Knicks can really do. Yeah, there's not like they can really do at the moment. We just got to hope that guys get healthy. Like Precious coming back. Man, let me tell you, when it comes to the best $6 million ever spent, like it might be precious, bro, because we need them.
I think Precious. I actually believe Precious should be in the starting lineup because he solves a lot of problems
Before, if it was
Yeah.
like a few months ago, I would have laughed in your face if you said that. I was like, man, he ain't no starter. But the way he showed what he showed me in the preseason, I'm not against that anymore. Like that might be a good idea.
Yeah. I mean, it can't hurt because right now the Knicks are just figuring out what works best for them and understanding that when you have a guy like Karl-Anthony Towns here, just the way that he plays and especially the way he looks on offense. I mean, on offense, he's on the perimeter. He ain't even down low. So you might as well put a big man of some sort down there in that area so we can have a chance to get some rebounds or whatever, you know. It just makes sense. But we'll see what they do. Like going forward, look, one thing I will say is I am never going to count out a Tom Thibodeau Knick team. I do know that there's regular season and there's playoffs, but in the regular season, I know that he can get these guys to do whatever he needs them to do with a good amount of time. They run through a wall for him. So whether we get another big in there to help offset some of this, great. If we don't and he continues to play this smaller lineup, it is what it is. I know eventually he's going to get them playing well. It's just a matter of time. I just think that putting another big in there will make it that much easier for us. I just think that's a better way to do it. But we'll see. Who knows? That's why he's the coach.
Hart off the bench, and that be a spark plug off the bench because he is definitely like an energy guy.
Yeah,
I agree. I think, you know what would be really interesting, and don't mind me. I'm just gonna, like, if you're not talking at the moment, just put yourself on mute. When I call on you, unmute yourself because I'm getting like background noise and stuff. So, but we good. If you think about it, what would happen if, with confidence and some time, this is not going to happen overnight. You know, what do you guys think that second unit Knick team would be like if you had Deuce out there running with Kolek and maybe, I want to say Shamet eventually, but it's really Campaign, right? What if they did the three-headed monster, right? With and I know we'll be short, but remember, this is our second unit. The height of the second unit, it doesn't matter as much as it does with the starters because they're going to play more against the best players on the team. But if we can have like the three-headed monster between Deuce, Shamet, and Payne. I'm sorry, Kolek, Deuce, Kolek, and Payne. I like that. I like it, and then you have a little extra help in a big of some sort. You know, they're already offsetting. Mikal is usually playing with the bench, or Cat's playing with the bench. Even OG has been doing it a little bit, but so there's going to be some type of offset, and then whoever's playing at center at the time, whether it be Cat or if they use Jericho, Huck Porty, or Precious, whatever. I like that because I feel like that second unit could and if you want to get really crazy, you might have Josh Hart with the second unit a little bit.
That's where
and have them running because they can run. This Knick team can run. Our starters can't run, but the right combination of players, we can actually run a little bit too. I just think the Knicks need to be able to show other teams something different. You can't play the same way all the time. Versatility. So we'll see.
Oh,
Shah,
yeah. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Juan. So what you going to say, and I'll get over to Shah.
Yeah, I'm disagree on Sims. I'm with most fans. I think we just need to move off of Sims. I think Hawk Party's shown that he's better than Sims already. I'm over the whole Sims experience. EA Sims the game right now. That's all he is to me. Like he's not he's a simulation of a character. Like we need to move off.
I mean, in fairness, somebody said it in the chat, and that's what we have to really think about on the real, because we know there's the certain things that we don't pay attention that we don't care about. In fairness, even though I want to see Huck Porty, and I think he has more to his game than Sims, technically Sims is playing better than Huck Porty because Sims is giving Tom Thibodeau what he wants out there as far as setting screens and being in position to rebound. So there's certain things that like Tom Thibodeau has to have. And Sims is doing that, right? So I hear you. I'm with you. I'm just saying he's doing that at least. And I guess that's what's allowing him to still be in Tom Thibodeau's favor for now. For now. But once again, like I said, once Precious comes back, not only can we not really talk about Huck Porty, we ain't going to be talking about Sims as much. And then if Mitch comes back, those dudes are just carrying clipboards on the bench, talking about how many rebounds we had. Like it's not even we can't even refer to them because they ain't going to play. So it is what it is. But Sha, what's your thoughts on what we just talked about, bro?
Yeah, exactly what you just said. Sims right now is playing, for me, a pretty decent backup role for a center. I mean, he's grabbing rebounds, he's contesting shots, and he last night he had a couple of good putbacks. And once we get Mitch back, I don't care if it's Huckapurdy that starts, or is backing up Towns right now, or if it's Sims or Huckapurdy, because once Mitch gets back, both of those guys are going to be on the sidelines watching what goes on. And everyone's saying that they want to see what Huckapurdy could do, why he's not in. He looks more exciting and stuff like that. We all say that from seeing him play these couple of games. But what happens in the games that in the practice games? How we know that Sims is not putting this guy in the spin cycle and that's leaving him, looking at, nonchalant. If Tom Thibodeau, to me, as long as I've watched Tom Thibodeau, he is not afraid to change the lineup if he sees there's something that's not happening, a la Kemba Walker, a la Evan Fournier, stuff like that. So if Tom Thibodeau believes that Huckapurdy would be playing better than Jericho Sims, I believe he would already implemented him. We already 5 games into the preseason and 7-8 games into the regular season. So in my opinion, if Huckapurdy was doing that much better than Sims, he would already be in there. And we've seen one time that Sims did not get no minutes and Tom Thibodeau put Huckapurdy in front of Sims, but we haven't seen that ever since. There has to be something behind that. I would like to see what Huckapurdy could get out there and could do too. But I remember the last time that he was on the court, he got that big offensive foul and he got beat backdoor twice in a row. I don't know if Tom Thibodeau is ready to see that this year with Huckapurdy.
And that's fair point. And that's the thing. Like, with Tom Thibodeau, whether it's fair or not, he don't give you early on. He don't give you a lot of rope to hang yourself or to show yourself. He just he sees one thing. I don't know about that. Sims, he don't wait long, man. So I do think that Huck Porty will get another shot to show himself in some game, who knows, but there's not a lot of time left, man. Precious is on his way back. I mean, he's getting closer, and when he comes back, that's already going to take minutes away from these two guys. And then he back? They said in a couple weeks.
At least 2 more weeks.
So, yeah. I mean, and then, barring he has any setbacks, though, because, with a hammy, anything can happen. But, yeah, I mean, 2 weeks is not far away. Like, you'd be surprised how it goes just like this. So we'll see what happens, man. But that's the whole thing, that as much as I'm saying I want to see Huck Porty and what he might be able to do, because I feel like I only say that because of the fact that the guy did play professional basketball. If he was just a rookie, you know what I mean? I wouldn't be making a bigger deal about this, but I know the guy played professional leagues, and he's been and with physical players, because them guys in them European and Australian leagues, they're physical. So it's not like he hasn't been exposed to it. That's why I want to see what he can do. But other than that, I would be like, yo, man, Jericho's got the job. I'm not going to pick a rookie who hasn't shown me anything and hasn't even been in those situations over Jericho, even if I don't think Jericho is playing to the best all around of his ability. Because I think Jericho, and I hope everybody gets this when I talk about Jericho, I think Jericho is better than what we see. Okay. I'm just telling you, for some reason, he is not comfortable showing it. But I do think that Jericho is better than what we've seen already. But as Shao was saying, and as I said earlier, I think what he has done well, Tibbs is happy with it. That's why he keeps playing him. He doesn't have a lot of choices, but I think he's happy with what he does see. Nev, were you going to say something?
Ron? I don't
Yeah.
think Sims
Well,
knows that.
No,
I don't think
maybe he
Sims
doesn't.
knows that he's better than he is. All right, and that's the
Yeah.
problem. So I want to go over what really quick, because I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stay on here. I want to go over something that Ron. I'm getting a lot of feedback, but I know that I'm gonna go over something that Juan said a second ago that I like a couple of things, right? So we definitely need some sort of like presence in the middle, and we know that Cat's not the presence in the middle. And what made Minnesota good last year is he didn't have to be the presence in the middle. All right, Gobert was the presence in the middle, and even when he wasn't, Nas Reed was the presence in the middle. So then there was two different presences in the middle right there.
Right.
So we have to, and I'm talking about starting wise, right? Unless you're talking about 5 minutes of like really fast paced, get some points offense, which the team can do, like you said, which they can do together. We have to have a person playing, and then Cat who stretches the floor. Now you have presence in the middle, right? And then Cat could score from outside, inside, anywhere he wants to do, and Brunson could go back to doing what he's doing. And to respond to the Juan saying, like, if Hart could run it up, it could be McBride. It could be Deuce running it up with Brunson at the 2, because there is something until recently that bothered me, and Brunson to me is, and now I know we have Cat now, but up until this point, and I still believe right now, Brunson was the best pickup that we had since I can't even remember when. Right?
Mm.
And it's obviously the best team we've had since the 90s, right? So Brunson, for a point guard, is looking to score way, 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 not too much, but he's just looking to score. And his assist numbers reflect that of a person who's looking to score. So if he's looking to score and somebody else could dribble up the ball, that gives it more freedom, and the person with the ball more freedom, because that means that people have to keep their eye on Brunson anywhere he's moving, because they know that he could shoot, he could dribble, he could penetrate, he could cross an alley-oop if he wants, but he's going to score. And if somebody else is dribbling the ball, that gives that person even more of a chance to score too. So I agree with Juan 1,000%. I think that Brunson, even though he is definitely a point guard, could definitely be a 2 guard. Definitely be a 2 guard. And shows that he plays like a 2 guard. He really does. I mean that's what his numbers show. You know, if anything, he gets more rebounds than he gets assists on some nights. So, you know, I if we don't get, and Precious is good, Mitch is questionable, because I'm telling you, he's hurt every year. So we keep saying, wait till Mitch gets back, and then we're gonna say, wait till Mitch gets hurt. You know what I'm saying? It's time to start really looking at the players that we have and looking at history. It doesn't lie, right? Like, if he does come back, I'm a praying man. I'm praying that he comes back and he's healthy and he can play well in the middle, and that would be fantastic. And it would be fantastic if they played, Mitch in the middle, Cat at the 4. That would just, to me, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Because Mitch is definitely not running with that second unit that you just said. If anybody's running with that second unit, it's Precious. It's not Mitch. Mitch is not running fast with that 3 people you said. So his legs are not moving with Kolek and Deuce and all them. It's just not happening. They'll have to wait for him. So, look, we're a few games in. We could revisit this conversation about how good everything works in about maybe 10 games, 15 games the most. But how far down do you want to keep going with the same thing? We lose to a couple of more teams that we should have beat. We should have beat that Hawk game was atrocious. No way we should have lost that.
Yeah, man. And I feel like Jalen too forgets that he doesn't have. I think since Jalen had to score a lot, because there weren't many scorers before, he forgets that he has help sometimes because he has the, which is great. He has a killer instinct, and that's what helped us last year. But he has to remember that he doesn't have to be the guy all the time anymore because he has help, and he can give it up when he needs to. And
or maybe it's the fact that he still remembers that he's the man and wants to prove it, and that could be a problem too.
I don't think that's what it is, but I feel like that since he's the captain and he's like kind of, you could even argue almost the face of the team at this point. And I feel like, I don't know the guy, but I feel like he's very noble. I feel like he has to be the one to fall on his sword. You know what I'm saying? Like we have to live and die by him. And if we're going to lose, it's going to be his fault. And if we're going to win, it's going to be his, credit. And that's like very admirable. But, what I say is like work smarter, not harder, Like when he starts, I noticed yesterday, by his standards, he had a bad game, but by my standards, he had a fantastic game.
I agree with you on that.
And facilitate more. I noticed, because usually people just double up on him, they gang up on him, they take all the space away from him, he got nothing to do. But when he started passing more, well, all of a sudden you can't just double him and be up in his grill, because then he'll pass and you have nothing going. So I think it frees up him, but it also makes the whole team harder to plan for. We still lack paint protection. I don't think. The Bucks, it's like 100-year-old geezers. They're about to retire to Florida. Like you got to be honest, bro. They're not the most physical, athletic team. They're not muscling people off the court. Our paint protection is still not great. Giannis is amazing, but I think that to me is like I don't see the answer for that yet. So
Brunson showed he could make good passes too. I saw some really pretty passes.
Passer.
Yeah,
that's what I was saying. He's so good at it. He's very good at it. And even the fact that he's short, it's like hard to intercept his passes. His dimes and bounce passes and stuff is very hard for people. Like, I don't know.
So he could definitely be more of a playmaker. I don't just mean passing doesn't just mean playmaker. Playmaker doesn't just mean passer. So he could definitely be more of a playmaker when he's shown when he wants to, he can facilitate. So like, I don't know, Tibbs may have to get in his head a little bit like, hey,
for me, what I would say is like he should try to get 10 assists a night, which I know is a lot, and he probably won't get it every night. But I really think that if he challenged himself to be like, look, I'm going to try to like assist more than I pass even, because there was even a stat that came out that's like, I don't know, if JB gets like 5 assists to Cat, then we win. And that's been like a common theme in the past couple games. Like if JB
just 5 assists.
Something like that, like 4 or 5 assists, and then in the past two past games that we've lost, it's been like 0 assists to Cat. And it's like that's supposed to be the vision of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like you double JB, you pass to Cat, GG. Like you can't double JB and Cat, if you have other people shooting. So
and don't forget we still got Bridges too when he comes along more. You got Bridges, he can shoot too. So like, there's no reason for not him 0 assists to Cat. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying, or like 2 assists or something like that, or maybe one time in the fourth quarter he gets 1 touch, and it's like a terrible. He's in the corner with 5 people on him,
And Bridges
exactly. It should be at least 3 give and goes to Cat. It should be at least one. One
should be automatic. Don't even think.
Automatically, he should be passing at least 3 to 5 times to Cat. Automatically,
nobody on our team can score as easily as Cat. I think that's fair to say.
So, you know what, you guys brought up something interesting.
Too, but you're right.
You guys brought up something interesting. So I want to ask you guys this, but before I do that, I want to get back over Nev. Nev, I think you were going to say something. I don't know if she's there. Oh wait, you muted yourself again.
Sorry about that. I think you were about to say what I was about to say, because I really believe it's a matter of philosophy. We want to play 5 out, but Brunson and even to Tapes to some extent does not want to play 5 out. It's more we have a offense similar to last year where we have 2 dominant players. In this case, we have 1 dominant player, which is Brunson. And 5 out requires you to have any one of our 5 players able to make plays for each other. It doesn't require one guy making play for everybody else. That's the philosophy of a 5 out system, is that anyone, and that's what we got. We basically have players like that, but the ball tends to stick in only Brunson's hand. And a lot of times, he doesn't want to automatically pass the ball to Cat very early on in the shot clock. If you look at the games, when he does that, we go, offense flow, because that means the ball is moving, But when he holds onto the ball and doesn't want to pass the ball and then go into the lane and then stop and come back out and all this stuff, our offense is so stagnant. And a lot of times when the other guys get the ball, it's only 4 or 5 seconds on the cut. They basically have to try to get a shot out of desperation. So it doesn't help. But Brunson is a smart player. We all expect he's our captain. We all expect him to get it at some point. Last year. You're a pretty good player. And I know players have egos. He might want to make the All-Star and all that stuff.
That's the problem with him. I don't think that's the problem with him.
Yeah, I mean, he could, if he starts passing more, he still would be the guy. I mean, joking, how many passes and assists does he have per game?
Yeah,
man,
But remember, that's not what made him an All-Star, an All-NBA player last year. So, I mean, we all have egos, and for him, he might say, "I want to duplicate what I did last year."
Yeah.
So he's trying to duplicate what he did last year, but in this case, it's not acceptable for this team. It's not acceptable for him to kind of take it 1-on-1, hold the ball so long in the shot clock. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to jump in on that because I feel like there's a stat that I read here that. What is it? Jalen Brunson is the only player in the NBA who requires over 6 dribbles per touch and over 6 seconds per touch, which is a lot more than other people in his position. And I feel like in the team that we had before, a lot of the time you pass it to Randle, that's it, the play's over. He's going to shoot, or he's probably not going to pass it back. Jalen Brunson is almost always the one bringing the ball up the court. Almost always, I would say. It looks like to me 80% of the time. And I feel like in his mind, he's so used to, if I pass it, I'm not getting the ball back. From prior teams and from Randle and stuff. And on this team, especially last night, we saw really good ball movement, a lot of sharing the ball. And the past couple games that we've won, every starter has had 10 points. Almost everyone has a double-double, just about. Maybe not rebounds, but you know what I'm saying? A lot of points, a lot of assists, a lot of steals. It's not one guy. Obviously, Cat is disproportionately, getting the points now. But on this new team, mad people are sharing the rock, and mad people are scoring, and one night OG can go off, in the Houston game, which unfortunately that didn't translate to much, but one night Cat goes off. I'm hoping we could see a game where Mikal takes over, but I feel like he's still playing he's in game 7, the last game that we played of last year. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
I'm
still
not programmed
points that way.
The team is not going anywhere. If I'm not the one winning, then the team's not doing nothing, and it's not a criticism of Brunson, but I feel like it's you do something for so long and it gets you results, you're very unlikely to want to change it. You know what I'm saying? And we did get a certain level of results, but it's very hard, I think, for him to okay, I have to dribble less, I have to pass more, I have to lob more. But I do see the evolution, and if he could evolve and be more of a facilitator and do these other things,
shows
he's
he
so much
can
more
do
complete. And I
He's
don't believe it's impossible for him at all.
Yeah, he's shown he can do it in those games where we destroyed like the Pacers and the Bucks. Like he's shown he can do it. I think he just needs to like realize he can trust his teammates, and that's probably what he, like you said, when he used to not get the ball back, or because Randle was a ball stopper, sometimes bad things happens like that. So, and then also, everyone, it looks like everybody is willing to give up the ball, including, Cab Bridges. Everybody just wants to move the ball. So, like, yeah, I mean, if he could get that in his head, like that he can trust his teammates, we'd be a dangerous team, man.
I just want to say really quick one thing, and I'm going to bounce from here. I agree and disagree. I agree fully on the point, right? Fully on the point that Rex just said. Fully on the point if Nev just said one, or everybody's point. And even on the point you're going to say, Ron. I agree. I pre-agree. But anyway, the point is this. You got to remember there was two aspects of last year, right? We're talking about of the last 2 years, right? We're talking about Brunson, who Randle. It was Randle's team. Then Brunson came. That was when Brunson wasn't getting the ball back.
Yeah. When
Randle started to realize, and his numbers went to 22, 10, and 6. Remember, that was Randle's numbers before he got hurt. It was like 22, 10-ish, and 6. So he was getting the ball back then, and we had a great team. And that was when he got hurt, that was a big detriment to us. And because Randle had, and Randle wasn't only the person bringing up, sometimes DiVincenzo was, whatever it was. But yes, because Brunson had to be the Superman, because everybody felt like literally everybody got hurt, like everybody, that except for like a handful of people. He had to switch back to a different type of player. But not being humble is definitely not like his particular ego. I don't think is the problem, and that's where I disagree. We're talking about a man who took $100 million less. We're talking about a man who's looking for. I mean, just right there we could stop. But we're talking about a man that is shooting and scoring less, right? He's shooting and scoring less. Though I do think that he does have a little bit of last year lingering, right? So sometimes Jalen Brunson is a superstar to me. In my mind, he is a really amazing. His IQ is above so many people. But he does have a tiny bit of Carmelo Brunson in him, and he needs to get that out of his system. And if he becomes or Jalen Anthony, and if he gets that out of his system seriously, and averages 22 and 10 for him, and let Cat be 25 and 10, I think that we'd be in a much different thing. And then that would be Bridges would go up 2 points, OG would go up 2 points, and everybody would go up 2 points just because of that move.
And it makes the whole team harder to guard.
Yep, completely.
Team offense better.
Because you have no idea who's going to be shooting at that point.
I think that's a good point, Jay. I'm not against that point at all. First off, let me. You guys know that I put a poll in the chat, so if you guys can give your thoughts on the chat. Click on the poll and put your answers in there because we're going to talk about that real quick. But I wanted to say, Craig, I see what you said. And I see the super chat. Hold on 1 second from Parrish. Craig said Brunson looks like how Randle looked when Brunson joined the team and was killing it, and knew this guy is going to be the alpha of this team. In my opinion, is why Brunson is not playing well, because he knows. There could be something to that, but I'm going to say a little bit. I have more that I'm going to say in reference to it. Let me get to the super chat. Thank you, Parrish, for the generous super chat. Appreciate you. He said, Cat is a great passer, Tibbs needs to play Huck Porty and Sims with Cat. The high-low lob would be there a lot. Cat won 60 games with Rudy. Come on, Tibbs. It's fair. Like I said, this is a time for everybody to learn how to play, on the court together, but also for Tibbs to understand what he really has in these players and what makes them tick, what makes them better for the team, right? The other thing that I think is important, because everybody's talking about Brunson and how he does have a little of that selfishness in him. And for his role, he needs it, but he also has to know when to turn it off and turn it on, right? But here's the thing that I think Brunson is dealing with. I think this is the one thing that I'm thinking of that no one said so far. So I think Brunson is dealing with a situation in which he was the man last year, and understands that he needed to step his game up in order for the Knicks to be better, right? Because Brunson knows how to play second fiddle or third fiddle or fourth fiddle.
If he had a bad night, we lost. It was literally that simple. If Jalen Brunson had a bad night, we lost. That was the whole
Very
game.
true. So he knows how important that is for him to step up. Because when he was with Dallas, he took a back seat. With the Knicks, he realizes, okay, I need to do this, I need to do that. And it worked. And he got recognition for it. And we were a better team because of it. And we did some stuff with less players that people didn't even think we were going to be able to do. That has a lot to do with Jalen Brunson. He carried us in those playoffs. As much as I love what Dante added and Hart, his playing defense and his hustle. If it wasn't for Jalen Brunson, we don't even make the playoffs. We get smacked in the first round if we do. Jalen was going crazy in the playoffs. Okay. But here's the difference that I think Jalen has to also understand. When Julius Randle was here, the Knicks even had a style of play, right? Julius gets his early, Jalen gets his late. We don't even have that yet. We don't know what our style of play is with Cat and Jalen. The other thing, too, is Julius Randle, people keep trying to downplay how good the guy is. He has some issues and his own limitations that he basically puts himself in. The guy can do everything. He don't need you to pass him the ball. Julius can grab the ball and create his own offense by himself. This is not Karl-Anthony Towns. Karl-Anthony Towns needs you to get him the ball. So there's another thing that Jalen has to get used to. He needs to get used to. You ain't with Julius. Julius, you get yours. Julius will go get his. You gotta help Cat get his too. So that's another thing that he has to get used to. I gotta set Cat up as well. It's not just about I'm gonna get mine and Cat will get his. No, I gotta help get Cat his. That's where I think the disconnect is, and that's where he has to get used to it. That's, to me, is the biggest issue. It's not about selfishness or he wants to be the man. He's not ready. He's got to understand that Cat needs your help. Julius didn't need his help. Julius can go get the ball and do whatever he wants on his own. Whether he wants to take it from three or go into the lane, Julius had that ability. Cat can't do that. He could put it on the floor, but how often do you want your 7-foot center dribbling the ball? Let me tell you something. A little dude is going to come and take it. I don't care how good his handle is. You know what I mean? So that's why it's a difference. Yeah, exactly. He's not. And that's why I think there's a difference with Jalen. I don't think it's him not necessarily being willing. I just think he has to understand how much he's needed to help Cat as well. Cat's just not going to do it on his own.
Can I say something on this one?
Yeah, sure.
I feel like for Jalen, it's like a martyr complex. You know what I'm saying? Like, if we lose and he's like the one that takes the blame or something, he's very comfortable being in that position, and he's very comfortable being like the one that the onus falls on. But I feel like it's like a thing of working smarter, not harder. And to your question, like, we've seen the couple games that we've won and done really well. When you get Cat rolling, bro, it's pretty damn hard to stop, you know? And if you chuck him the ball at the 3-point line, like, the defender has to do a lot to stop that ball from going. And he's more than 50% from three? That's all he's doing to sleep at this point, bro.
Make sure to say Saturday.
Right.
So, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
It makes the whole team have to other team play completely differently. And if you just get them rolling, bro, the snowball effect becomes crazy, you know?
Let me see.
It's going to take time, though. I think Knicks fans need to be patient. I don't know if it's because we have the biggest fan base, but it seems like the Knicks fans are the most reactionary. It's like, maybe we have PTSD from those bad years and not getting a championship, but just to calm down with it. Rose and
I feel like
run
we could
with
still
them.
be a championship team. You know, people always say the
I think
Cavs
so,
fall
too.
apart in the playoffs. People say the
We
Celtics never
definitely
been
are.
tested. And we seem like, I think last night was the best we've looked as a team. The offense was the best we've looked. And you could really see the vision. I mean, people said that against like the Pistons and whatever, and I'm sure the Bucks aren't a good team, but last night I was seeing like, wow, this looks like really tough to stop, you know?
No, it is. It really is. Let me do this because I want to kind of move it along a little bit. Let me just read the results. 21 people voted. I'm sorry if you didn't have a chance to vote already, but 21 people voted. So I'm going to end the poll here because I want to get this information out. So out of the 21 people who voted, 71% of you believe that Cat is the number one option on this Knicks team. And obviously 29% of you voted that he's not. So I'm going to give you guys a chance to weigh in how you want to weigh in, but I would like to say at this moment that, wait, hold on. Did I say what's up to? Shout out to JJ47K in the building. Salute to you. He said, funny fans, now Brunson gets hate when he's the reason you have Cat, Bridges, and OG. And I get he needs to be more of a PG, but it's funny how in 8 games some fans turn on him. Okay, I hear you. Shout out to Billy Goat in the building. He said, hell nah, we ain't trading Brunson. Remove yourself from the chat. I don't know where that the trading Brunson is wild.
What was that?
We gotta calm
What is
down
that?
there, folks. Calm down there.
What are you talking about?
If anybody put that in the chat, they were definitely what do you call it?
Trolling, maybe?
Yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Troll for real.
So I would say this, guys. To me, Jalen Brunson remains the number one option on this team.
I agree.
Now, just because someone is the number one option doesn't mean you can't change up your offensive scenario. Like, you play the way it makes sense. Like, a good coach will come up with ways to play that makes sense for how your opponent is going to be playing you, right? So should the ball go through Cat more? Like, should we start our offense with Cat more? Yeah, why not? Until some team we play puts us in a situation where they have the upper hand against Cat, we should definitely be abusing other teams with Cat to get the offense going. That don't mean that Brunson's not the number one option. That just means we have a smart game plan for how we want to play and win games. And then once they make an adjustment, we make an adjustment. But that's how you should play. But to me, I still say Jalen Brunson is the number one option because the ball is going to be in Jalen Brunson's hands and he's got to make these decisions. Plus, when it comes to clutch time, it's been 8 games. And yes, Brunson hasn't looked great in the 8 games. He had maybe 1 or 2 really good games, I guess, or good games for his, but not really good, like to Brunson standards.
The fourth quarter situations have been bad.
They have been. But we know how clutch Jalen Brunson has been. And I've told you guys in the past that I feel like Jalen Brunson is the answer for a lot of teams. Like those teams that have a good team, but for whatever reason they can't get over the hump. Get yourself a Jalen Brunson. I feel like he's the answer.
Jalen Brunson for like a decade.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And now they got him. And
I'm with you on that.
And I'm just saying, like, he is the difference. So when we need clutch, Jalen just has to be in a good, get the ball, get good shots up, get his reps going right, and the ball, and that's fine. He can be clutch on any given night. But if he has one of those nights where nothing's going, like easy shots that he makes in his sleep aren't going, that was last night. Then it's a little tough. But for the most part, he's always clutch. And any guard who's 6'1" or 6'2", who shoots 50% from the field for a season, he's done it twice. Come on, man. That's your number one option.
Come on.
That's your guy. All right. Now, I will say they do need to learn to continue to play through Cat. Cat is our weapon right now. Every game the Knicks play, they should come out with a game plan to feed Cat and get Cat going and make the defense adjust. And the defense may not be able to adjust. That's how good Cat is. Either way, that's how we start the game off and get it going. And plus, it helped. Look, Cat looks like Cat is incredible. I ain't gonna lie to you. Watching Cat shoot the ball, Cat is a beast. Yo, he's so like his arms are big. He's a center, but he shoots with such a soft touch. I can't even believe it sometimes. It's crazy. So we gotta keep feeding
Everyone
him.
who said he was soft, bro, you should literally write him a letter of apology.
He's
I thought he was
definitely not
soft, too,
soft.
like,
He's not soft. He's not soft. He's not soft. He
feeling
does
the
have some
ball, right?
issues.
He's doing all that shooting and he's getting the most. He's the third best rebounder in the league right now.
He doesn't
but he's
scare anybody.
Soft and being protecting of the rim is different, I think that is a big difference. And I'm going to say, and before I say goodbye, I'm going to say this. I think that in order for not to get a Jalen Anthony moment anymore, and for him, I really believe that his numbers are going to go from 28, which was like what, third last year, fourth or third. He ended up. He's going to have to know that he's going to be a 22-point scorer and a 10-assist person for us to win, and that means that he's going to have to go into the sauna by himself, throw on some Boys to Men, listen to Yesterday, right? It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday, and really say goodbye to yesterday because it's no longer here. Randall's no longer here. Debo's no longer here. You have, and you say Cat is our weapon. Cat's our weapon. OG could cut and dunk and shoot. Bridges could shoot. Deuce could shoot. Hart could make plays. We have people that if Brunson is a PG and really says goodbye to yesterday, that we have a super weapon and 4 more weapons all at the same time. And that's what a championship team has. And it's not like we're talking about Scotty, Michael, and Kerr Paxson and whatever. We're talking about really 5 players who could play and 2 people who could put it in the bucket at will. So the fact of the matter is he needs to have that moment in the sauna with Boys to Men and get rid of Jalen Anthony and rock out.
Yeah,
I hear you, Jay.
this is why I say Knicks fans are reactionary. Like, Cat's been here 8 games. Everybody wants to make him number 1 option already. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like 70%. That's wild, bro. No, Brunson is the guy, number 1 guy. He's a top 10 player in the league. He made the second team, NBA second team. He's a top 10 player. Cat is great, but he's not in the top 10. Like, just calm down, guys.
Man.
And well, I mean, so even that, like, I hear what you're saying, Juan, too, but let me. I don't even know how do I read this, man? Freaking Parrish. Always got to make things difficult, Parrish. Parrish can't just say something without saying something. All right, Parrish, I get it. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you for the generous super chat. Parrish has another super chat. Thank you, Parrish. Brunson is recovering from a broken hands summer off. That's fair too. Like, listen, the littlest thing may be affecting Brunson. We may not be thinking about it, but it could be affecting him. We didn't break our hand. He broke his hand. So, and it was his shooting hand. So, he's just maybe not feeling where it needs to be all the time. Maybe there's some days, the other thing, you guys, I'm not trying to make excuses, but you guys know there's a little thing about, breaking your hand or breaking any bone in your body and weather. We didn't have bad weather. I'm just saying, like, cold, anything can affect certain things that you wasn't dealing with before. I never felt that. Why am I feeling this? It could be anything, athletes are like, weird. Baseball players are weird. They're superstitious. Everything's always, anything could throw them off. Rituals. Yeah, anything could throw them off.
I boxed for 10 years. I have broken 8 bones in 2 different hands, and I've broken other bones. When it rains too hard, I'm in pain. I have spine issues. When the weather's cold, I'm in pain. That's not a game. That's a real thing. All right? Like, so, there are things like that. And if he's having problems with his hand, he doesn't need to be driving every play to the rim. He just did.
Wow, somebody's getting lashes. What's going on over there?
Doing dishes?
But before I thought he was juggling dishes.
I want to say thank you guys, man. I'm gonna check out real quick and check y'all guys from the background and stuff. Let's keep hope alive, and we'll get better over time. Peace.
I appreciate you, Sha.
Thanks, brother.
Peace, man.
I also like to add to the point I was making. Brunson is more clutch than Cat. No, I'm not trying to downplay Cat. He's great. He's a great player. He's our clear second option. But let's be real. When has Cat been like he disappears sometimes in fourth quarters? Brunson is a clutch guy. So Knicks fans, take it easy with that. Brunson,
right, and he's had some emotional issues in the past. I do not want to see
I
him
want.
back out.
I'm
So,
going to disagree on that point. Juan just made
about being clutch. You don't think Brunson is more clutch than Cat?
I don't think we should.
Situational.
Actually, I don't think we should be looking at who is more clutch than the other one because basically Brunson is our captain. He should be leading the ship, and it is his job to figure who is hot and who is not, who is playing well in a certain game. That's actually Brunson's job, being that he's the leader. That's what the captains do, you know. So if Brunson is doing what he's supposed to do, he should know when Cat is having a good game or when he needs the ball to maybe just get going. Yeah, because you cannot tell me we just made this guy captain and then all the captain is doing is leading himself. That's what a captain does. The captain doesn't lead himself. A captain leads his team or his crew to victory. So that's Brunson's job, especially that he's our captain. He gotta figure, hey, it's okay for Cat to be the best player on this team, because even though Cat is the best player, I am the captain. I'm going to tell him what he needs to do. That's what I want to see from Brunson. Leadership qualities. You cannot promote him captain and then he's leading himself, and right now that's what he's doing because he's looking for his game. That's not what a captain does. A captain figure out who's hot, who I need to get the ball to, who can lead us to winning to winning a game, a particular game, who has an advantage and a mismatch, and who would feature in any particular situation. That's what I want to see. That's leadership qualities. I don't want to see Brunson leading himself. And that's what we're asking him to do. And that's what we're doing. We're like, oh, he's the captain. But then he cannot say Kiat is a better player than him. Kiat is a better scorer than him. And that's okay. Get Kiat the ball because we want to win games. We want to win championships. Yeah. And we don't want to have mutiny. Everybody's
I mean, in fairness, I hear you. I'm gonna let you continue your point, but I just want to throw that out there. In fairness, I don't know. It's tough to compare the two. We're talking about an NBA center versus a point guard who's 6'1", 6'2", whatever he is. It's tough. Like, Brunson can't rebound the way Cat. He just can't. You know what I mean? Like, it's tough to compare the two in that regard. I just want to, from my standpoint, I want to say that the Knicks should be playing through Cat. I don't necessarily know if I would say he's the number one option or that he's the best player on the team. You know what I mean? Or if he's better than Brunson. Brunson averaged 28 points last year, almost 29 points.
That's the point. That's the point, Aaron. We should have been comparing the two. We should have been comparing the two. Brunson is our leader. That is his job to figure out who he should get in the ball to. And who's going to lead us?
Well, that's why it makes him the number one option, right? Because he's got to make those decisions. So it's
right, 100%.
My whole point
that's what exactly. That's what I mean.
Is he's still the number one option, regardless of what anyone says. Even if Cat could shoot threes better, like that doesn't make him the better player or the number one option. At the end of the day, all those things that I'll say by everybody here makes JB the number one.
Again, I disagree because shooting the ball, we go by percentage. If a guy shoots a higher percentage, he's a better shooter. You cannot tell me Curry is a less of a shooter when he shoots a higher percentage than everybody else. That's
right. But you can't really. So it's tough to quantify that in the same realm because what did You know what? Let me bring it up. I can't talk about it if I can't see it.
Can I just want to make a point.
There's
I
true
mean, you
food.
just
Go
look
ahead,
at
go ahead.
Minnesota's team
Wait.
last year. I mean,
Wait, well, hold on 1 second, Jay. Hold on 1 second. I hear you. I hope you don't lose your point, but go ahead, D-Rex.
Well, I just think last night was a good example because, like, even though Cat was kind of the star player of the game, clearly he was still, after the interview, talking about Cap, like Captain Jalen Brunson. And I think, like, Cat is clearly our easiest scorer. I mean, that's, like, obvious to me at this point. But the decision maker, the head of the snake, to me, is Jalen Brunson. And I think last night was the first time you saw him really step more into that role. Maybe in Miami, you could argue. But at the same time, like, Cat had, 44 points against Miami, right? I mean, you know how hard Jalen Brunson would have to work to drop 44 in Miami with Bam on a bye and all these people harassing him? Like, he'd have to be, like, Olympian level of effort, you know? And I've understood that historically in the past, like, Miami's been a tough matchup and Bam has been a tough matchup for the Knicks. And it was like, Cat, he wasn't even breaking a sweat dropping 44 on them once he got rolling, you know? So I think, like, it kind of depends on the matchup, but I think the decision maker is still JB, and I don't think Cat wants to be that. I don't think Cat wants to be like the floor general. You go here, you go there. I think he wants to play his game, but I don't think he wants to be the one making these big decisions and whatnot. He is good at facilitating, he's good at passing, incredible at shooting. I mean, on another level. But I don't think he wants to be like, like a Tyler Kolek kind of guy. I don't think he wants to be like that,
he's
Right.
and never has.
Yeah.
Right. But, sorry, my fault. Jay, you were going to say something. My fault.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, you look at last year's teams, right? I'm just going to say this really quick. At the end, last year's team, Minnesota's team was stacked, right? Stacked. You had a center, you had a couple centers, you had another center, a power forward, which really is what I believe Cat is. I believe he's a power forward. I don't believe he's a center at all in my book. Though he can play center, he's doing well. He's better off, or he's a good shooting center, whatever. I think in a reverse world, if you would have took what Jalen had to do, because let's not forget, we're talking about Jalen, he's like taking the ball and shooting every time. Anytime the ball got rebounded, somebody was like, Jalen, here, take this. That's what was happening in the playoffs last year. Hurry up, Jalen, please take the ball. Like, that's really what was happening last year. And I don't believe in reverse roles. As great of a shooter as Cat is, and I like Cat. I really think Cat is an amazing player. He could shoot, he could dunk, he could rebound, he could do all those things. But if you took last year's, the way we got to the playoffs and where we got into the playoffs, I do not think in the same respect, if the ball was in Cat's hands every play, like it was in Brunson's hands every play, it would have been a completely different story for the Knicks. I don't think we would have went nearly as far. Brunson has a thing about a different level about him, which makes him the captain, which makes him able to do all those things. But in order to be a good captain, you have to know how to delegate the troops, and that is where needs to work on, because we do not have last year's team anymore. But if he did reverse it, Minnesota had a more healthy, stronger. You had Edwards who could score at will. You had Gobert in the middle. You had a good bench, and we had 5 players with 5 other players hurt. And we got there because Brunson went out of his mind. So, on that note, I want to say, Ron, it's a pleasure. I wanted to talk to you about something. I'm gonna drop my digits in the chat. It's the chat, right? Not
The private chat.
thing.
Yeah, the private chat.
All right.
The same place you were typing in stuff before. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Listen, peace and blessings to the Knicks Nation. Peace and blessings to Still Knicks fan. Love you all. God bless you all and your families. Stay safe out there. Stay warm. And until Saturday or until Monday, God bless. See you then.
Appreciate you, brother.
Always.
God bless. Yeah. Yeah, Ron, I gotta leave myself. So
Oh no,
yeah.
Nev, no.
Everybody, take care.
All right,
I'll
brother.
try to
with me, man.
try to do this a little more often.
Oh,
Now
thank you.
everything is only basketball now, and I don't have nothing to
It's in
look
there,
at.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but even the Giants are disappointment. So
yeah, it's tough
that's
times.
the only, that's the point.
It's tough times.
Yeah, tough times. All right, everyone, take care. We'll do this again. Yep.
All
Take
right,
care,
sounds good, brother. Take it easy.
Yep.
So, all right, now that we're here, gotta flip things around. I'll be. Do I have that number? Yeah, I do. Okay, I already got it. I must have got it the last time he was here. All right, I got it, Jay.
All right, brother. God bless you, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, bro. Take it easy.
All right, take care, Rex. Be good.
Later, bro. Where is this? Okay. All right. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be something we're going to have a lot of time to talk about over the season. What makes a lot of sense for the team. There's nothing wrong with people's opinions. Everybody has one. I just think that currently the Knicks team is still in the hands of Jalen Brunson. He is still the number one option. He just has to decide to make smarter plays. And if the smart play means feeding the ball through Cat and going from there, then that's what we got to do. And he can play off of him. Because let me tell you something. If Cat eats, they all eat, right? When Brunson eats, they all eat. So it's all going to work hand in hand. The point that I was trying to make before with regards to Jalen Brunson and how him and Cat are not that far away from each other when you just consider their positions. I mean, Karl-Anthony Towns last year shot 50% from the field, but he's a center, right? Close to the rim on a lot of opportunities. You know, centers usually shoot 50 or more percent from the field. That's what centers get, like, 50 to 60, and depending on
bro.
Right. Yeah. So depending on how much, volume, that matters too. Like the guys who don't shoot as much, and I mean literally shoot and just dunk and get layups and putbacks, they shoot around 68, 70%, the Mitchell Robinson, stuff like that.
Same,
yeah, it's different. But so he shot 50% from the field. Jalen Brunson, conversely, shot 47.9 last year. The year before that, he shot 49. The year before that, he shot 50.2. The year before that, he shot 52% he shot 52% from the field one year from a point guard. So you can't not compare them offensively. They actually have a lot in common. Oh, you say, okay, well, listen, Cat is an incredible three-point shooter. Well, I mean, Jalen Brunson is shooting 41% from three this year. He shot 40% last year. He shot 41% the year before that. Like Jalen Brunson, we don't talk about his three-point shot as much, but he shoots really well from three. Yeah.
He's still the best percentage-wise three-point shooting team in the NBA right now.
We know we're third.
That's still,
but that's incredible, bro. That's incredible to me.
I'll take it.
So. Yeah, I'll take it any day of the week. I never would look. I thought that the Knicks were going to figure out a way to be a little bit more three-point impactful, but we lost Dante DiVincenzo, and he's a big part of that. And we are third in the league in three-point shooting. That's to me is remarkable. So I'll take it.
Yeah, the shooting is not our problem right now.
Yeah. Shout out to Geraldine McIver. She says first, second, or third option doesn't matter. Just win. Facts. I mean, listen.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I don't understand the significance. Is it just like, I don't understand what it's supposed to mean.
No doubt, Juan. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you for coming up here. It was a pleasure having you up here your first time chopping it up on the panel. Look forward to having you in the future. You're always welcome. So thank you to you. But that's all I wanted to say. Look, Cat is a very special talent. I'm not taking anything away from him, but I think Jalen is a special talent in his own right. Jalen just has to work a lot harder to do things because of his height and who he's going up against. Cat has an easier road, and because he has an easier road, the Knicks need to keep that in mind when they're moving out there. Let's get Cat more involved and play off of Cat when it's necessary. Sometimes it won't be. Sometimes we're going to go up against Philadelphia and they'll have Joel Embiid, and Cat might be going at it, and Cat can't really get off the way he has been. I mean, not saying he won't because he has, but you never know. It could be one of them games. That's when you're going to be like, everybody's going to be talking about, man, where's Jalen Brunson? Oh, now you want Jalen Brunson. That's what I'm saying. Like, it has to depend. It depends on the matchup. We got to figure out what makes sense.
We've already seen games where we're better when Cat is not on the floor just because they're guarding him effectively and negating his game. It hasn't been many, but I would say the Cavs game, he was still good, but he wasn't amazing. The Houston game, I don't know, man. He was kind of getting roughed around, roughed up. And I feel like, I don't know, like, I feel like that's the blueprint of maybe how to. I don't know how historically teams have dealt with him, but I feel like it's either like a Precious Achua, very athletic, jumpy guy, or just like a Steven Adams, like this crazy strong, huge guy that's gonna knock him off his game.
So yeah, I hear you, David, but I still think we do. So in regards to 3-point shooting, do we miss them? No, we are right there. We have shown that we're a different team now. We're no longer the old Knick team. We are a 3-point shooting team now, right? But as far as missing Dante, yeah, bro. And you know how much better our bench would be if Dante was here? You know how much easier it would be? What? No, we miss him. We miss him. We just we got to get over it. We got to move on.
Anna Grill made a great point that Sengun destroyed. You got to be honest. Sengun just not outclassed him, but just he did whatever he wanted.
Sengun is a very talented offensive player in the paint, especially. And he gave Cat fits. He gave Cat nightmares that day. It's a fact. Now the only thing is, Cat can do the same.
It's hard for Cat to push a guy off him because he gets fouled a lot because he's big.
Right.
So for him to push these big dudes off, okay, well then I fouled him 4 times, so it's tough,
And I think that we are in a situation we're just going to have to deal with it. If you guys are hoping that Cat will be some type of defensive stalwart under Thibodeau, I was hoping that he would be better defensively, and I still think he will have moments where he shows up better, but I get Cat's got an issue, okay? And sometimes in order for Cat to avoid his issue, he cannot be as aggressive defensively as we would like him to be because he don't know how to stay out of foul trouble. When he gets aggressive, he gets into foul trouble. So he tries not to take certain gambles. And I think that's fair. As Knick fans, we may not want to hear it, but we got to be real. If we can have Cat out there on the floor, giving us what he gives us offensively, and if he can try to stay in front of his man and play decent defense, but at least box out and get rebounds on misses and stuff like that, we just have to deal with it and hope we get some defensive help from other guys like Precious or Mitch coming back, because the bottom line is keep Cat on the floor. If you remember what Anthony Edwards said in last year's playoffs, all he said is, you got to stay out of foul trouble, big fella. He said that at the press conference right next to him. Like, we just need you on the floor. That's a lot. And I think the Cat realizes it, and the Knicks need to know that you need Cat on the floor. I'd rather have him stay on the floor and let somebody beat him because he's not as aggressive on defense, but he goes back and makes up for those points that guy scored on the other end, than him trying to gamble and getting himself fouled out of a game because he doesn't know how to necessarily, play defense without being handsy or without picking up fouls. Like, that's a problem. And what are you going to do if he don't know how to do it properly without getting into foul trouble? Sometimes he's going to have to back off. He's got to, stay like a statue or something, because what's the point? We're going to get ruined out there. It's worse that he don't play defense. Worse if he's not on the court. Then we're not getting his offense either or his rebounding. Oh no, that's no bueno.
It's kind of a catch-22 because the more that he does, the more that he'll foul most likely, and then all of a sudden either he's giving up points or he's going to foul out. So then what do you do?
Yeah. Because I do see that Cat gambles. Like, he throws sometimes you've seen him, he throws his hands out there. I'm like, why did you do that? Even freaking Clyde was the other day. He's like, well, that was a silly foul or whatever he said. He's like, why would you do that?
I think there's definitely times when he's at the rim where he should just have his hands up.
Just keep him straight up.
Just have his hands at the side, and you're like, you're a huge dude, bro. Just by having your hands up, it's harder for the other person,
People be surprised that just keeping your hands up, even if you do not move, if the guy moves around you or whatever, a lot of times they're going to try to shoot over you. You are affecting the shot, even if you're not moving at any other way. So I think he just needs to learn to do that and let other things happen for the team. People will make moves. People will make plays that will make up for his lack of he's not horrible. He's just not looking that great right now.
I think by the Knicks standards, which is very high, he is horrible, to be honest.
Yeah, for Knicks standards, maybe, yes.
Our
Yeah.
identity is like, Ewing, iHeart, like Mitch Robb, like these are the as good as you can get defensively centers, basically, and very strong and tough. But I don't know, I feel like it's also hard for Knicks fans to adjust that like not every 7-foot dude is gonna be Patrick Ewing. Like not every 7-foot dude is gonna be a big dominant, like purely defensive center who also can't shoot threes. You know what I'm saying? He's a completely new style of big man that we've ever had on the Knicks, I think, in the history of the franchise. So a lot of people is like we didn't bring him here to be a defender. We brought him here to shoot, basically, and to facilitate and passes and stuff. So I think we also have to kind of adjust what we actually want out of him and be realistic of like, why is Cat here?
And let me ask you, like, if we're looking at this from a real perspective, all we really needed Cat to do, and he does that easier. Like, say what you will, I love Julius Randle. Cat is a better scorer than Julius. That we can say. That's different.
A million times.
That's not him and Jalen Brunson. That's him and Julius Randle. Way more efficient and easier to score. And I mean, it's easier for him. So. And all we really needed Cat to do was come here and score the basketball like we know he can do, and try to rebound as good as Julius, or if not better.
He's better.
So far, he's done that. So that's all I'm saying. And that's what we can hope for. We got to find our other issues, our other deficiencies, how to fix those somewhere else. We can't blame Cat for everything. We know what Cat was when we got him. Let's hope Cat continues to do what we know he can do, rebound and score. We'll figure out how to deal with the other, because we were doing what with Julius. Like, Julius isn't the greatest defender.
I think like if our main weakness with Cat is defense, like we're a defensive team. We build good defensive players. We bring up good defensive players, and we have them recovering on the sidelines and potentially even on the bench as rookies. So if the Knicks' worst problem for now is defense, like that's not my concern, because historically, like last year, we had the worst spacing in the league, right? Like people would just double up on us and didn't have to worry about the 3-point line. We were nowhere. I mean, we had DiVincenzo, but okay, one guy, and it wasn't as lights out as this year, and we had no spacing. And also, I think people underappreciate, like, Cat helps us against a lot of tough matchups. Like, Miles Turner, who was stopping him last Pacers series? Last time we played the Pacers, it was very difficult for us to stop him. He wasn't instrumental to their wins, but Siakam, everyone has, like, a big shooting man now. That's like the next trend. Right. So I think, like, Bam, all these people that we've traditionally struggled against, like, it makes our matchup spread better, I feel like,
Yeah. No, I agree. I think that's fair. I think we're going to be okay, guys. I just think we have to really look closely at this team for what it was and what it is and what are our real expectations. Let's not expect that because Cat is 7 feet, all of a sudden he's going to be different, than what we used to see. I do think that you'll get more effort from Cat under Tibbs, which you've already seen. I mean, look at how he's rebounding. Look at the numbers he's rebounding now with us as compared to what he's been doing the last couple of years with Minnesota. He's already showing you more effort, right? And then the scoring is the scoring. He looks better scoring wise too. I mean, he's averaging around 24 points per game. I don't know how long that'll stay. Maybe it'll calm down, but last year he averaged 21 points. So don't you see a difference there already with the Knicks? So just, let's just take it for what it is and understand that we do have a good defensive squad. We just have to figure out how to play defense better with what we got. And I know Tibbs will do that. And if we get guys back, it'll make it easier. But right now we got to figure out how to play defense better against these young athletic teams and against the teams that are big. Because those bigs, when we don't get the rebounds, it puts us behind the 8 ball. We need to be able to get rebounds. So at least keep the differential closer. We can't be losing the rebound number by 10 or more. Like, that's nuts. Like, we got to be closer than that. I also wanted to give a quick shout out. I've been saying this for a while and I haven't had a chance to get to it, but oops, did I even where is it? Oh, I didn't put it up there. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me add this clip real quick. I just wanted to give a little love and shout out to the people who participated in the raffle that we did on SKF Weekly a couple weeks back. Shout out to them. Here we go. So shout out to Coach Malpica, D Coolest 718, and the Kingdom Group, as well as Mr. Kerry Cox. Thank you guys for all participating. Those were all the winners of the SKF Weekly raffle that we had a couple weeks back. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for being here to participate. And shout out to them wearing their or sporting their winning stuff. Shout out to Coach Malpica with his Nick hat over there. Look at him. Coach is enjoying it. He's loving it. Appreciate you, Coach. Man, maybe I should do this. Well, that didn't really do much. It didn't really help me to what I was trying to get here. Sorry, I'm trying to see if I can. Is there a way to? There isn't really a way. That's supposed to be. Let me do this. Sorry, guys. I apologize. I'm just want y'all to see this in its best hue. Nah, it's not really doing it. But it is what it is, guys. You see Coach there in the middle of me and Mr. Rex over here. So shout out to Coach. Thank you, bro. Also, shout out to my guy D Coolest in the building. Look at him sporting his hat with his little baby. Hey, oh, nice, man. I mean, how nice is that? And then we got one more. Like I said, we weren't able to get Carrie. Appreciate you, Carrie. But this is the Kingdom Group sporting his artwork from the art man formerly known as Steve. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, bro.
We have some of the best nicknames this year. You gotta appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And he's gonna frame that and get that put up. So shout out to him, bro. Thank you guys, everybody, for participating once again, and being, a part of the squad, man. Part of the SKF family. Can't tell you how much it means to be able to rock with you guys, man. So yeah, man, another 4-hour show. You know how we do. D-Rex, I appreciate you, brother. Hope everything's going well with you. You're doing well. Yeah, man. I want to get to your final words. Any thoughts you may have on what's going on and what's next? Tomorrow's game against the Indiana Pacers. How do you feel about that?
I just feel like we should never underestimate a team ever. I feel like we should never, ever, ever do that. I think especially like the Pistons win, we got, there's a term that people say, like we're huffing our own farts, like we got so into ourselves because we beat the Pistons by 40 points and we could beat the Celtics, nah, bro. I think the Pacers, especially first of all in their building, even in the playoffs, we had a tough time beating them there. Did we even beat them in their building? I don't even think we did. Maybe one game, but they want to come back with a vengeance. They had the Celtics sweating. Tyrese is still a no-show, but I don't know. I do think Cat helps us, but I don't know. The 76ers is kind of looking free this year, so I'm not worried about them. But I just don't think, if we beat the Pacers, we should not be so moved by regular season wins, And I think, like I said, if a defensive team, like where the Knicks' identity is defense, if our big weakness for now is that one player is bad at defense, like that's very fixable for this team. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not so worried in the long run. And also, like the vision of last night, I was stoked, man. We had Tyler Kolek out there getting us rolling. We had different looks. There was no offensive stagnation, which usually fourth quarter, the same 5 people. You had a normal rotation last night, and we won. Oh my God, like to me. And I honestly feel like the Hawks game where Risa Shea went off, the rookie, I bet you before that game, Tibbs was like, he's a rookie. Don't worry about guarding him. He's not going to be a problem, And I feel like that was like a karma, like a wake-up call. It's like, wow, some of these rookies could play, bro. Damn, So I feel like I'm very encouraged by the last game we played specifically, but we also shouldn't be like, get too big of a head over any win, We should always take every opponent seriously. So I'm long-term optimistic, but short-term, we got to be real.
I agree with you on that. Listen, man, we'll see what happens. I think we're in a good spot right now. I think we got a good chance to beat Indiana tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it. Yes, sir. Feed the cat. 100%, especially against Indiana. What? Definitely feed the cat. Mega. Mega says, I already took my glamour shots for my upcoming SKF raffle wins. I hear you, brother. And why did I have that up? Oh, I had New Lord's thing up. You know, I had a little conspiracy theory that at the end of the year, when things are all said and done in the offseason, that Julius is going to come back to the Knicks. Listen, I don't know.
Honestly, okay, I don't even like Randle, but from a playmaking point of view, he'd probably be better, but I just like Devo more, to be honest.
I mean, don't get me wrong. Listen, I wouldn't mind having. I just think it's clunky. It just because of how Julius plays. I just think he's.
You know what? Okay, I take it back.
No, I mean that's what it is.
To be fair,
I would love to have Randle and Cat, but it's just Then we're talking about defense. All right, it's okay to have. Yeah, that's we got to have one of them. Got to be solid defensively. Julius can be, but there's moments he can't be. And I'm already seeing the videos flying around of Minnesota and
trying to get some connection defensively with Gobert. He was like, get the hell out of here, bro. I'm not playing no defense.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know, man. My conspiracy theory might be put to bed. Yeah. Oh, shoot. Really? Oh, man, I got to get him off my fantasy squad. Good thing I got 2 other quarterbacks. He wasn't my first choice, but it is what it is. All right. Good to know. Yeah.
I was better on the language this time. I don't think I cost.
No, you were great, actually. I didn't even think about it. Shout out to you.
We can all evolve and change. Maybe even tips.
There you go.
Even tips.
There you go. Well, I appreciate everybody. I just want to say thanks to. Oh, look at this. Luke Skywalker Visions in the building. What up, Luke? Appreciate you, man.
Maybe
no, I don't know.
To aim for. It's a good goal to have.
Yeah, it is a good goal to have. I mean, it's not like I would say the problem is for Brunson. His mentality is different now. I don't think he can go that far backwards. That was his Dallas mentality behind Luka, and now he's changed the way he plays. He practices different. He shoots probably. Yeah, he have to be in, and I think most people will be happy with the in between thing. If Brunson averages around 7 or 8 assists, listen, you're gonna have and gives you around 23, 24 points. I don't know. You're going to have a lot to fight with me about.
Jalen Brunson has 2 homework assignments for this year. 1, pass more. 2, work on your free throws. That's it.
I'm with that. I think the passing more, but let me just say one other thing too with regards to that before we get out of here. It doesn't just extend to Jalen Brunson. Everybody on the team needs to pass more. What we saw last night was fantastic. Now that's kind of, I'm one of those bits and pieces guys, right? I think that is the best passing we will see from this Knicks team. They may do it again, but that's a look at the best passing. I'm not saying that was the best game we've played. That's still yet to come, y'all. It's gonna happen, but it's not yet.
A glimmer, a mirage.
It's a a nice preview of what things to come.
Have me hype.
Yeah, no, it's good to see. It's good to see. So thank you once again to everybody. Please continue to support.
Peace out.
Thanks, bro. Please continue to support Still Knicks fans however you see fit, whether it be super chats, whether it just be tuning in, liking, subscribing, or if you're in a situation where you want to support us outside of super chats, you can always listen. You can buy us a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/stillknicksfans. There's a QR code right up there at the top. You can scan that with your phone, and it brings you right there. You could always support that way if you want, and it gives more back to the content creator because the other way takes out more money from our pockets. And just saying, it is what it is. So I just want you guys to all know that you have ways of supporting if that's how you choose to. And then outside of that, you can also, get yourself a little merch, man. We do have the merch stuff available. You can go show your love by getting some merch and getting that Still Knicks fan stuff going on. We got hoodies, we got t-shirts. You could see it. Look at that. You got different styles, different brands up there that you can, obviously get. You guys saw the video. Just go to the SKF store on the main page. Yeah. So that's pretty much what I had, guys. But I want to thank everybody once again for being, Thanks to D-Rex for being here. Thanks to Nev, a blast from the past, for popping up. Thanks to Juan Rivera for making his first time appearance on the panel. Appreciate you, Juan. Shout out to Jay, the chosen one, for being here. Appreciate you. Shout out to my guy Shah, for being here from Knicks Real Talk. Appreciate you, Shah. I hope I got everybody. I don't think I missed anybody, did I? I think I got everybody. But definitely shout out to everybody who was a part of the show. Thank you guys. All right. As I always say, tell a friend who tells a friend who tells another friend. Still Knicks fans, we'll be back again, whether it be on Saturdays at Know the Ledge around 11:30-ish or on Mondays for SKF Weekly with my brother John and my brother Jose on the 1s and 2s. And once again, guys, tune in to this Monday night show. We'll have Dexter Henry from the New York Post and SNY joining us. It should be a really good conversation. Every time Dexter's on the show, we have a great time. I'm looking forward to it. So tune in for that. That should be pretty cool. And yeah, man, outside of that, that's all.
Everyone.
Hey, man, as he said, that's exactly. It was a fun show. I enjoyed it. Appreciate you guys. Have a great rest of your Saturday and do something fun. Enjoy it. Later, y'all.